preparations were completed on time.
Because of the rains that was bounding us heavily, and there was this feeling that we may not be able to deliver this stadium on time. But I want to appreciate the DG and the entire team who really put in their energy throughout this session.
Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Abdi Hassan has also issued traffic guidelines to be followed following the celebrations, further urging motorists to use alternative routes.
Vehicles from Bomet, Litein, general direction heading to Kisumu will be required to divert at Premier Junction, then proceed to Kabianga University, to Sosiot and join the Kericho-Kisumu Highway at Kapsoit. Vehicles from Bomet, Litein, general direction heading to Nakuru will divert at Premier Junction, then proceed to Kabianga University to Nyoroge.
The guest of honor at this year's celebration will be Angolan President. Nyamira County Commissioner Onesimus Kiatha has advised residents of the county to come out in large numbers and attend the Mashujaa Day celebrations. Kiatha said residents deserve to show patriotism by attending national events.
Yangu ni kuomba wananchi wote kwamba sisi tuko tayari wachukue hii fursa, tukue wazalendo ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunahudhuria hizo sherehe. Pia ningependa kuomba kwamba kama kuna wale wakora wanapenda sana kusumbua watoto, kurusha mitihani ya uongo, makaratasi hapa na hapa kusema wanasaidia wananchi, watu kama hao watachukuliwa hatua kali sana na wataadhibiwa na sheria vilivyo.
Security guards have urged President William Ruto to increase the minimum wage during today's Mashujaa Day celebrations. The guards under the Kenya National Private Security Workers Union said the move will help them adjust to the rising cost of living. The Union Secretary General Isaac Ndambwe said private security guards are among the lowest paid Kenyans. He said some private security guards are not even able to afford basic goods and services due to their earnings. Opposition MPs have threatened to paralyze business next week if the Speaker does not effect changes in the minority leadership. National Assembly Minority Leader Okoh Ndai accused the Speaker of taking them in circles of a decision to have nominated MP Sabina Chege removed as the Deputy Minority Whip. The position was to be taken by Embakasi West MP Mark Mwenje. According to Ndai, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, despite a court ruling last week dismissing the earlier case lodged against the changes, he has failed to implement the ruling.
If the court order that was issued last Monday, the 9th of October, is not effected by the Speaker, and the Honorable Mark Mwenje is allowed to assume his role as the Deputy Minority Whip, then there will be no business in the National Assembly when the House resumes next week on Tuesday. This joke has been extended too far and for too long, and it must come to an end, one way or the other.
Nandi Senator Samson Njoroge has welcomed the court decision that declared the Nandi County Executive illegal and constitutional. The senator, who spoke in Parliament, said the ruling by the Employment and Labour Relations Court is an indictment on Governor Stephen Sang. He also called on the Nandi County Assembly to initiate an impeachment motion against the governor for acting against the Constitution. Njoroge also called on ASCC to investigate Sang of a violation of leadership and integrity and corruption. This even comes as Nandi Governor Stephen Sang has said that he is going to go to court and not apply the order. Trouble is brewing at the Nairobi County Assembly as UDA MCAs call for the ouster of their leadership. A section of the legislators called the party's top leadership to change their leaders at the Assembly. At least 35 MCAs from the President William Ruto-led party have appended their signatures in support of the ouster of Minority Leader Anthony Kiragu and Minority Whip Mark Mugambi. According to the UDA lawmakers, the two had failed to offer direction and leadership to party members on critical legislative matters. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 SpiceFm Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday
on SpiceFM.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yep.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry. Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give away. If it's the land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha.
It's that day when we don't expect much in terms of traffic around the city. Actually, all roads are green from my screen. I don't think we'll see much in terms of movement until much later on. And even if we do, it's not going to be anything that will be too sticky. All roads lead to Kericho County this morning. And because of, it's what? Mashujaa Day. But for today, I don't think we're going to see much in the city, and we're going to keep an eye on things and how they open up as we get through towards the end of the day. So let's try to keep things moving. Be careful, because the roads will be slippery from the weather conditions. It might rain later, so just be careful. Let's talk through it. SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How are you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Bona City.
Yes, please.
Hey, vipi?
Fiti,
eh?
Yes.
Kuona bana.
Asante sana kwa kuniona bana. Mimi pia nakuona. Yes.
What do you call that thing?
A Marvin.
Ile Marvin.
CT's wearing a camouflage Marvin.
Kuna ni camouflage. Okay. You guys you're clearly familiar with this headgear. It's a gift.
Did it come also from Papua, I think?
No, this one came from the US.
Oh, because I'm seeing you wearing the Papua shirt.
Yes. No, this one came from the US.
This is from the US?
USA.
So Marvin?
Yeah, somebody gave me as a gift.
All right, so now do the USA Marvin thing. What up? This is City Muga. Live in the building.
How about you wrap it up for us this morning, literally?
Nani fanya hivi?
Do it.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Bana city. Just give it a go.
Nitajaribu tu WhatsApp.
Give it a go.
Basi hiyo.
Give it a go. Come on.
City.
It's your boy. What up? It's your boy city.
Mazee nimekataa bwana.
Just try.
As WhatsApp is as far as I can go.
Yeah. Go to the next one.
What do I say after WhatsApp?
I believe in you, City. You can do it, City.
Okay, what do I say after WhatsApp?
It's your boy, City Muga.
It's your boy, City Muga. What's crack-a-lacking this Friday morning?
Okay, it's your boy, City Muga. What's crack-a-lacking this morning? Namna hiyo.
Kabisa. Now you do your hands like this. What up? What up? It's your boy. Proper.
It can end now. We can go home.
Yeah.
We can go home. City said crack-a-lacking. He did.
Tufunge.
Ni watu haki.
Tufunge kituo.
Ninaenda kutafuta kazi mahali pengine. Nyinyi mnakosa akose kwenda mbinguni.
Hey, poa bwana. That was good.
Why lie?
Speaking of WhatsApp, is your WhatsApp working?
That's it.
Have we check?
Is it supposed to be working?
Mine seems to just been doing the rotation. I switched off data. Okay.
Usually. You need. Okay.
Haya. Mumbi umefanya hivyo. Hizo vitu. Very good. There's that. There's another one. Where's the other one? For the 9 a.m. Okay. Let's look for that one. Okay. So, let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. Okay? National Alcohol Awareness Month is this month, and we need to raise conversations about alcohol addiction. David Okoh is a recovering addict, and he'll be joining us at 7 a.m. to have this conversation with us. He is a very, very, very big campaigner and creating awareness about alcohol and drug use and abuse. So he'll be joining us at 7 a.m. for that conversation. 8 o'clock, yesterday, the president signed into law the bills that touch on healthcare. And today, in Kericho, he will be launching the universal health coverage. This time, not pilot. This time, Uhuru launched UHC sometime in Mombasa. What's a pilot? So now, Ruto is launching another UHC in Kericho County today. Kitutu Chache South MP Anthony Kibagandi is a member of the Health Committee of the National Assembly that processed all those bills. He'll come here this morning and tell us about the bills, about what they contain, and tell us, are all ducks in a row now? Can we launch this thing called UHC? At 9 a.m., we talk about Beyond the Cut, the menace of botched, questionable vices. Dr. Stanley S.K. Kamau is a programs director at Nobleman Ventures, and Julius Njoroge is a consultant in family matters and leadership trainer. They'll be here with us at what time? At 9 a.m. Beyond the Cut, the menace of botched circumcisions and questionable vices. Here in your conversation, hey, Mashujaa Day. Sawa. How many people are online now? Many. Okay.
Winky.
Thousands. Halaiki. Yeah, umati. Okay. It's 6:15. Wherever you are, let's know where you're locked in. So, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, let us know. If you have our WhatsApp numbers, you can also do like that on WhatsApp and tell us you're awake. My WhatsApp is working, and City said WhatsApp.
City said what's crack-a-lacking.
In your neck of the woods, in your hood. Nisa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 25 and highs of 24 and lows of 15. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14 in a cloudy Nakuru, and it's mostly cloudy at 15 in Nyeri with highs of 25 and lows of 15. Cloudy conditions at 14 in Eldoret, highs of 24 and lows of 13. It's 25 and cloudy in Mombasa with highs of 30 and lows of 24. Sunny conditions at 25 in Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 25. At 19 degrees, it's cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 28 and lows of 19. 15 degrees and cloudy in Kakamega, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 26 in a cloudy Kampala, currently at 19, coming down to lows of 18. In Dar es Salaam, partly sunny conditions already, highs of 30 and lows of 24. 13 degrees and partly cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 25. And it's cloudy in Lagos at 27 with highs of 32 and lows of 26. It's cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa with highs of 32. And looking into a sunny Beijing Friday afternoon, we'll go to highs of 19 and lows of 5. Heavy rain in Paris this morning at 14 with highs of 18. And it's also raining heavily in London at 16 with highs with lows of 12. Mostly clear at 15 Thursday night in New York, coming into Friday, highs of 19 and lows of 14.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Stella S says, good morning, my favorite peeps, long-time listener, first-time commentator. Well, hello to you, Stella S, and good morning.
Karibu.
Happy Mashujaa Day, Siti, Ndu, and Eric. Siti, who's your Shujaa? He's asking. Skyrocketing dollar against Kenya shilling, increase in pump price is a proof that G2G agreement to procure oil wades into a scam. Really?
There's proof.
Well, apparently.
Because prices are going up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know, man.
Uh-huh.
Evans Nyangano is tuned in this morning. And Lord Soyi says, good morning, Spice FM. Shadrach Githui tuned in from Okoh. Hey, where's that?
Okoh? It's just here in Nairobi.
Oh, okay. We're in Nairobi.
You know Mweki?
Yes.
Around the side of Mweki.
Ah, voila. Okay, so he says good morning, tune in and wishing everybody a happy Mashujaa Day. Matthew Kyoko says good morning, everybody. Happy Mashujaa Day. Tuned in from South Korea. Aluman Jr. Wazalendo wapi? Please leave Kenyans alone. Watu wamechoka. Sasa, who? Wazalendo is who?
Yeah?
Who is Wazalendo?
Wazalendo. Patriots.
Ah, voila. Okay. Andrew Odhiambo Tieno says, good morning. Spice is loud and clear. The 2000 says, the only happy person during this Mashujaa Day is Resident Ruto. Tax after tax. Anyway, we need to fund his many vacations abroad. Ooh-wee. I'm just reading what people are saying. Buona. Good morning, Spice team. Ndu, Eric, and CT Muga. You are doing a great job. Thank you very much. Tuning from Portland, Oregon. Eric, okay, here we're back to this daylight saving thing again. Blah, blah, blah. Savings time adjustment was brought forth by the U.S. Energy Department to save energy bills. I don't think that's quite what it was, but okay. Longer days mean more sun. Okay, we can go on. Evans Tabo says good morning.
So what's the explanation?
We're not doing this again today, are we? So according to him, no, we didn't. Longer days mean more sun, so time is adjusted, so power used is less due to more sunlight. And there's so many theories around this. Of course, it would be good for
So when you adjust your clock, you use less power?
According to what he's saying, but that doesn't make much sense. But all right. Emmanuel L says, good morning. Tuned in from where he is, says Mashujaa 2023. Eric City and Edwin Washira says, tuning from Thika Road, working from home. Voila. All have a blessed long weekend. So George Gashoiri says, good morning. Yesterday's discussion on care was top notch. Hapa Europe. We have to share the domestic obligation so that we can all earn a living. Is it? Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Jumbo. Good morning, everybody, says Don Magak. Good morning, lovely trio. Happy compliments of the season in advance. Which season? As in Christmas. Joy to the world and such things. Ah, okay. Watching from Lusaka in Zambia. Anthony Onyango, happy Mashujaa Day, watatu. Good day to you. Wacheni kusumbua city. No, war is it? Hello? Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you. They said we should stop disturbing. Are we disturbing you?
You too. Well, look at it this way. If what you're doing is something you do every day, it can't be disturbance. You're simply maintaining the status quo.
It's because we have not asked you to get up and dance. And that day is coming, my dear. And it will happen. It will happen. Is it because we told you to say crack-a-lacking? Now, when we say Stacey, stand up and dance, what will you do?
See, I will stand up and dance.
Listening from the great county of Muranga, with eyes open. Okay, that's great. Chris Adede says, good morning. Dennis Ogutu says, good morning, great people. Chris Adede says, tune in from Utawala. Aluman says, Spice Crew siku hizi Mashujaa haibambi. Maybe Chebu wa Makura ndio anafurahia hii siku. What are those? Now, you see, this is the guy who gets it. Larry Sifai says, big dog city in the house for the shizzle. Kama hizo.
Shizzle manizo.
Manizo. Yay.
What's that song by Nani?
There are many. Which one?
For Shizzle manizo by Beyonce's husband is called.
His name is Jay-Z.
That one. Jay-Z.
Okay.
It's a collab.
Hey, yeah. Kibet Lagat says, we are crack-a-lacking. Your homies chilling and listening to Ndu City and Eric. Nyinyi ni shujaa. See, the guy is doing the thing.
Yes.
Now Deep State is trying to insult us, but we are above the insult. Celebrating Mashujaa Day at Mombasa Museum. Oh, Ma Museum, the host of the Untuo. Hey, it sounds like a beautiful word, but I don't want to spoil the word. Olegerisaile, Best Tourism Village 2021. Joe says, good morning from Seattle. Ndu, your desk has so many cables. I'm a DJ, man. And Brian Otieno said Snoop Dogg. Something about Snoop Dogg. Okay, guys, good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana.
Snoop Doggy. Did
you know Snoop Dogg?
Nyinyi watu?
Hey.
Sisi ni watu.
Mambo.
You know, the thing that you need to bear in mind, the generation I grew up in, if you're talking about African Americans, was the James Brown era. I feel good, that one.
The man has woken up.
Hio.
Like Sugar and Spice.
Yes, and easy like Sunday morning. Ndio hizo. Sasa hii eno crack-a-lacking. Hii ni mpya.
Imekataa,
No, my friend, you know watu nifanye vitu ambao. Anyway, this is one of the problems of working with people like yourselves.
Yeah.
Shida nyingi
sana. Proverb
from
the Republic of Rwanda, isn't it?
Yes, it was and still is. Was and still is. A large eye does not mean a keen vision.
Ati what?
A large eye does not mean a keen vision.
A large eye does not mean a keen vision. Okay. So, what does it mean?
Means, tuko namna hii, kama uko na macho zile full beam. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Hapana kitu ingine?
No. It doesn't mean you're going to be seeing clearer than somebody whose eye looks like a squint.
Wow.
What have I just said?
Hapana, naomba gazeti.
Ipi. Where to talk a gazeti gani? Where to talk a nation?
Yeah.
New day.
New day.
Next.
Dipset says you look like Gregory Isaacs.
Is that a reggae artist?
Yes. A really good one for that matter.
The late Gregory Isaacs.
Who is it who sang You Don't Have to Be
Dread
to be Rasta? Yes, that one. Who sang that song?
Goja nikwambie. Who is it? Ebuliza Yego hapo. You know those guys play reggae every day. Gonna be dread to be Rasta.
This is not a dreadlock
Morgan
thing.
Heritage.
But
What's your vibes?
Quickly.
Yeah. That's what vibes do every day.
Sawa.
Headlines.
Oh, right. On the front page of the Standard today, inside Ruto Care Plan, today Kenya begins an arduous task to deliver access to essential quality health services for all, irrespective of their financial abilities. Similar undertakings have met mixed success globally, and the question on everyone's lips is: will the president succeed? Will William succeed? Will the president succeed?
With his new bill.
Indeed. Yeah, with his new bill. Voila, touche.
Bill signs bill into law.
Bills will. Carry the day. Okay. Warming up to Ruto, over 50 coast leaders chart a new path. It was interesting to see that presser by all the sitting governors of the 6 coastal counties, previous or rather former governors, current leaders, members of county assemblies come together and say, you know what, we've decided to come together and be very deliberate about our people and our development agenda. And what we want to do is, regardless of political affiliation, come together and work towards the development of the coast region and be able to come and meet the president. And they had asked the persons of Aisha Jumwa, Amason Kingi and Salim Vuria to seek audience with the president. So we'll look into details of that. Excuse me. So we're looking to universal health care. It's universal health coverage. It's being launched in Kirisha County officially, and let's see the details of that as we go along. On the front page of The Nation, what new health laws mean for you? President Ruto has signed into law the Social Health Insurance Bill, setting in motion the creation of 3 separate funds that will replace NHIF in a move that seeks to make significant changes in healthcare provision in the country. But this will come at a cost to families with salaried Kenyans set to take a further hit on their pay slips. Yeah? Okay. MPs moved to sacked teachers rescue in row over transfer. So there were teachers who were sacked. MPs now want to rescue them somehow. Let's look at that. Lands Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome comes out and she says, understand this, a share certificate is not proof of ownership. So if you are on public land today, you need to vacate. Otherwise,
shauri yako.
Ndio hiyo.
Do you have a share certificate? Share of what?
Share of what? It's public land. Get out. So she's come and she said, look, take this as a warning. I'm telling you, if you're on public land today, you need to move. Because if you don't move, we will move you. Basically.
When you talk about shareholders, we don't mean that everybody who has a share certificate.
Nay. That's not what it means.
Nay.
I would delete every app on my phone for this.
Yeah,
it's called Ask.
Hey, CT, that's the song.
You got 5
on it.
Kumbe, City is doing some background research.
Shadowing.
Quickly.
Oh.
Okay.
Now the phone is just... City was planning some surprise.
Yeah, then now it has spoiled.
We'll act surprised when it comes.
Okay, sound best. No problem.
We don't know nothing, City. Just continue.
Whatever were you doing?
Thank you very much.
Carry on.
Continue.
KEMSA is in a fight to regain lost flavor, or rather, favor, maybe and flavor. The agency mandated to supply drugs to public hospitals is in a race against time to salvage the trust of key multinational healthcare players in a bid to fulfill President William Ruto's universal health coverage dream. So they, and Andrew Mulua, who's the CEO acting, has come out to say, you know what? We will do everything in our power to make sure we deliver.
Now listen, this Andrew Mulua guy, right? He came in at the same time as a new board. See, the board just formalizes his appointment.
And just removes the acting.
Yeah, what's his acting story?
Well, if we're going to ask the acting story, what about one director of... Yes, how long has that guy been acting?
Hey, Dr. Amoth.
Yes, I mean, how long has he been acting?
It's 3 years now of acting.
I mean, you actually getting the impression that when you have that position, the permanent position is an acting one.
You're a placeholder.
I mean, surely... Is there no limit as to how long somebody can actually act?
It's too much. There was a decision of the court, or was it? Was it questions being asked by the Auditor General about that acting officer in the judiciary?
Yes.
Remember?
I remember.
Yeah. There's something about, how long you should act.
And is the law clear about it?
I think there's a bill that is seeking to set things. Okay, anyway. I tell you about the Business Daily.
Please tell us about
85% of Kenyan companies fail to pay corporate taxes.
They do, huh?
At least 8 in every 10 companies in Kenya did not pay tax on earnings last financial year, signaling a tough economic environment that hit sales, prompting some businesses to scale down operations. Statistics from the Kenya Revenue Authority show modest 129,313 out of 862 companies registered for corporate income tax for the year ended June, which is a compliance rate of 15%. Coming when corporate managers battled flagging sales in a high inflation environment, which squeezed earnings and hit purchasing power. Kimeuma. Now, the other headline, how the new NHIF laws will affect Kenyans. The new public health care plan. Number 1, some of the things, every 1,000 households to be assigned a health facility. Foreigners visiting for more than 12 months will now also be required to enlist and contribute to the new SHIF. It's compulsory for all visitors to have travel health insurance. Fraudsters in the scheme to be jailed for 5 years or fined 1 million shillings or both. Ticker headlines. Magistrate declines to quit Kimore Arol Dam case. Suspended CA's Ezra Chiloba throws in the towel. And molasses prices up 10 times over illegal exports. They also have a profile on page 3 of Digital Lenders Lobby chairman who reviews businesses under CBK regulations. His name is Kevin Motiso. City?
Well, in the top right-hand corner, in burnt brown, Siasa, page 10, Kalonzo edges closer to Azimio ticket as Raila edges closer towards endorsement.
1 week, just one visit.
Yes,
to Nyanza.
certainly closer.
One visit to Nyanza.
And it's closer. Right. TSC faulted for penalizing tutors who refused to return to Northeastern Province, written to NEP. We no longer have Northeastern Province, but this is what they say. Parliamentary committee on Thursday lashed out at the Teacher Service Commission for interdicting 129 teachers who had sought transfer out of the troubled North-Eastern region. Nairobi, a National Assembly Committee on Education termed the move as the teachers' employees inhumane and lacking wisdom. Okay? Successful appeal. There's a man who many years ago, I think it was over 9 years ago, killed his best friend, butchered him actually, invited him to his house over false pretenses and then speared him to death. And the reason was because he felt the fellow had an affair with his wife. And yet this was his best friend with whom they even sang in the SDA choir.
Good grief.
Yes. Justice Majanja said that one, death sentence.
Death?
He had said death, but now he has escaped because he's been told, okay, I think 25 years can work. Yeah.
Okay.
The argument of those who sought the appeal was that this man, acted in anger. The judge would hear none of it. Said what? False pretenses, you bring your friend to your house.
It was premeditated.
That's premeditated. There's nothing like anger.
Connie, how long should anger last according to the law?
Should get over it in a certain period of time, or is it prescribed?
If I'm angry today,
next week,
and I call you to my house, are we saying that by the time you arrive, we should stop being angry?
No, you're probably angry. You can be angry even for 10 years. Yeah, seriously. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, UHC Vision, disease costs Kenyans about 10 billion a year. That's cancer that we're speaking of. In medical tourism to India. Ruto Health Plan to ease cancer burden. Emergency fund will take pressure and load off hard up and poor patients and relatives. Will it really? Well, this is something we will wait
managed
and see.
Properly, it should. Managed properly.
And how do you ensure it's managed properly?
Remove Kenyans from it. Simbo. Simbo.
Simbo. Like ABCD.
Simbo.
Right.
Aye. 20 headless traffic.
Kabisa.
Aye. 25 minutes to 7. There's no traffic, but let's just do this thing. Okay? It's a ritual. Let's do it.
Right, so nothing really happening on the streets this morning. Everywhere is green, so that's a go. It doesn't really matter where you're coming in from this morning, and we're seeing that very little is happening on the roads, very little movement, and those that are able to get through to where they're going quickly. Want to be careful though, because you know what it is. Propensity for speeding then increases because of empty streets, but let's be careful, shall we? Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X and keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's a government program that seeks to ensure that all people can benefit from quality health services where and when they need them without suffering financial hardship. All right? Basics. Now, the budget is 141 billion shillings in this year for health. It's for the Ministry of Health for the 2023-2024 financial year. 5,000 shillings is the maximum amount Kenyans will contribute per month for NHIF, with the lowest contributing 300 shillings. 100,000 is the number of community health promoters to be deployed, each to over 100 households. So bringing primary health care right to your doorstep, in other words. Let's look at the 4 pillars. The first one, human resources for health. There's a need to boost manpower, including unveiling of community health promoters. There's an integrated health information management system to be augmented by the digital health law. And then there's the healthcare financing. President assented to new bills that will succeed the present funding over the NHIF Act. And then their health products and technologies. This pillar speaks to medical products, equipment and technologies. According to Dr. Andrew Mulua, who is the acting CEO of KEMSA, of the 4 pillars, KEMSA is strategically placed to tackle health products and technologies. We will do bulk purchasing of medical products for public facilities. Now, we've heard that the NHIF fund will be replaced by 3. The first one is the primary healthcare fund, will finance services in health facilities at levels 1, 2 and 3. Then there's the social health insurance fund, which will cover services at levels 4 to 6. That's 4, 5 and 6. And then there's the emergency chronic and critical illness fund. This will fund emergency and chronic illness costs once social health insurance is depleted. Hospitals are to manage their own cash under the Facility Improvement Fund. And essentially, this is how this is going to roll out moving forward. Now, the wealthy will essentially pay medical cover for the poor as the young pay for the old. So we've seen that health financing is key in the implementation of UHC at a time when Kenya is spending more resources on curative services, and the push is to have more spending on preventative services. Health Acting Director General Dr. Patrick Amoth said UHC laws that were signed by President William Ruto will enable all Kenyans to access quality care regardless of their financial status. Health financing is key in achieving this. Social Health Authority will come in as a strategic pooling of healthcare services. So we're seeing that the desire is to see all of these things working in tandem at the end of the day, to make sure that you walk into any health facility with that card and that you will be able to then get health services. Doesn't matter.
Walk in, walk out.
Exactly. The top tier funding is where they'll be looking for this funding coming in from donors and things. So it'll be interesting to see how that actually then does happen.
There's something else to it. According to the changes, that are brought in by the bill, NHIF will be abolished to replace Social Health Insurance Fund. NHIF staff will have to reapply for their jobs. You will then pay that 2.7% of your salary to fund this new, okay? Claims Management Office will review, process, and validate all medical claims from accredited healthcare providers. Social Health Authority will take the place of the current NHIF board.
Okay. What normally happens when such a thing happens in corporate world? When a company changes shape and form and asks all employees to reapply, what has it done? Has it declared all other positions redundant and therefore pays for that redundancy and then you reapply for this one? Or what happens?
I don't know, because you see, I find it a bit confusing. And why I find it confusing is this. The fact that you've changed the name, does it therefore mean that, one, you've changed everything that was previously being done, hence the mention of reapplying? Then if there's reapplying, then there needs to be retraining. So if you're going to be retraining, people are going to be retraining them on. When you say that you are going to have a social health authority to take place of the current board, okay, we look at all authorities. Let's start with Kenya Ports Authority and whichever other authority that we have. Then you ask the question, when we set up, for instance, what is this authority for building houses?
NCA.
Yes, National Construction Authority. Okay. When you sought to employ people there, you were looking for people with certain qualities, were you not? Were they trained to take over this? I mean, what is our lived experience when it comes to some of these things? And I'm talking about you create something new. Because here we're saying we're creating something new. But the question is, are we?
That's the thing.
Are we really creating something new?
By changing it from national health to social health.
Yes.
And maybe reorganizing the governance structure for it.
Yes.
Have we created a new entity?
Not really.
And if we have created a new entity, let's even assume so. If we have created a new entity, that means we are collapsing the other entity. We are closing the other entity.
Well, if
should we then declare redundancies? Should that company be paying people their dues as it closes business? And after people have been paid their dues, and they apply to this new company?
And if you're a member of the old entity, then what becomes of you? Okay.
Because you're being told to reapply. You're a member of the old entity. Now, you don't automatically have a job in the new one.
Yes, and what about if you're a user like myself, who has been paying NHIF for the last...
what happens to all the contributions?
Yes, exactly. And what happens to us? Are we automatically moved to this new scheme?
Yeah.
And if so, the if so and what ifs are very many.
We have to reapply.
So that you can get a new form. Fill the form. Get new card. Okay.
Hiyo tutauliza hiyo maswali.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
We need to ask these questions.
Those ones. Issue of Portland. So, as demolition of houses continues at the controversial land in Mavoko, Machakos County, victims are narrating their pain, sorrow, and despair at Athi River Police Headquarters. More than 100 of them rushed to present their grievances. Officers from the DCI headquarters set up a help desk where victims presented their complaints on how they bought the disputed plots of land. Jennifer Musao, the chairwoman of Nyamash Women Group, said they had purchased an acre of land for 1.8 million shillings. She said the group of 22 women bought the land from Aimimalu Kenya Society to construct rental houses. We had saved a substantial amount of money to buy a piece of land where we would construct rental houses and get money from them. We are shocked that even those who had already constructed their houses have been demolished. In fact, we paid our last installment of 420 just last week. They're asking the DCI to intervene and help them get their money back. Another victim, Justin Nyakudi, bought land in 2018 for 300k from one of the society directors. He's holding his certificate and pleads with DCI to help him get his money back. I have now realized I was conned. These people should be arrested and taken to court. They should also refund our money. Another victim, Moses Mumbi, says he lost property worth 5 million bob after buying a piece of land for 2 million shillings, later constructing rental house for a similar amount. The house was at the finishing stage and it was demolished on Saturday. Susan Mwoki, a mother of two, has been living in the disputed land for 2 years. She was given 5 by 100 plot by the Amimalu Kenya Society leaders after doing manual work for them. She constructed a one-room structure where she's been living with her children. I sell vegetables for a living, and my 2 children, a boy and a girl, have been learning in one of the institutions that has been demolished. Where?
How does one have an honest conversation about this?
Where?
Because when people were summoned, and there were a list of people who were summoned, right? See, the summoning I get is after the event, isn't it? Why have we never heard of a situation where people were summoned? Because the government knew all along. Whatever we're being told now, they knew all along. They didn't suddenly know it now. And even if there were cases in court, did it prevent the DCI and other security forces from actually was there anything that prevented them from doing what they're now trying to do?
Nothing. In fact, the former governor had written to the EACC expressly saying, please investigate. There's something that's going on here. EACC, please, can you investigate? Because what we have in our record does not show any transfer of this piece of land from Portland to any other entity.
Yes. So, do we then have an honest conversation and say that the outcome that we are now witnessing is a result of neglect?
Yep.
The ball was dropped somewhere. Because even if we say, buyer beware, and you need to have done due diligence, if the governor of the county where all this is happening had actually taken the time to say, look, folks, guys, we need to look into this thing. There seems to be a problem here. I'm not getting it. So, okay, EACC, what did you do?
Yeah.
Okay. DCI, what did you do? Okay. The people who bought land are paying dearly for that error.
Yep.
Very, very dearly.
Yep.
Yeah, but what about the other responsibilities? The responsibility bearer. Yes, the citizens did go and buy. Yes, if you want to take the avenue of saying they were duped, okay, we get all that. Yes, but what about the duty of care?
Especially when it's been brought to your attention.
Yes.
As government, that there's conmanship going on.
There's a problem here.
Should you take action against the conman, or should you say, you know me, I've warned you conmen. I mean, you people.
I've warned you against conmen.
I've warned you. So-and-so is a conman. If he cons you.
So that is the role, isn't it?
Because that's what Deep State is saying. The government kept warning Kenyans, but Kenyans chose to ignore, stop the pity parties.
The government role is to warn Kenyans. When something clearly wrong is being committed and you've been told it is wrong. So then, in that case, if we were to take that route, then all the policemen should do when I'm overspeeding is 1 minute to overspeed.
And don't do anything beyond that.
Yes, tell me you. Not one. But then I proceed.
Yeah, there's more that should have been done. Beyond, yes, there's the caveat, there's everything. There's more that should have been done to stop those who are perpetrating it. It's the same thing that happens. The government goes and arrests people for trying to hoodwink young people into radicalizing young people. Why was the government taking action against the perpetrators? Why was the government arresting people and saying you are radicalizing young people? While you are warning people against radicalization, you are going for those that were radicalizing.
And here you have an organization that has members, that has a board. The people are known. Yes. And yet, they've been. The thing that I find disturbing is, you see, when what we're seeing is what happens. What do you think the attitude of the ordinary citizen will be towards the government, towards law enforcement officers, towards due process? What do you think they will think? Because
they're going to operate in spite of you.
Exactly, because the narrative seems to be that the government cannot be relied on to take care of your interests, especially when you've made a mistake.
But that's how a lot of the things that we see in terms of private companies come into place. Look at security and you say, okay, fine. If you cannot see a place whereby government-mandated security is taking place, what are we going to do? Hire our own. So now here you see a situation whereby if the government is supposed to be protecting you from some of these wily individuals that we see when you're buying land, and you're going to have your own operations in place.
Do you know what you just said is actually not just a truth, an eternal one, but it's something that has been exemplified right across the globe. Yes, when you talk about illegal organizations and gangster organizations, and you mentioned mafia and all these others, how do you think they gained a foothold? Governments had failed to do what they're supposed to do for the citizenry. And they came in and said, look, we'll provide what the government is not providing for you. It's not complicated. In Kenya, you have a problem with electricity. Do not worry. We provide you with electricity.
Steamer too.
Steamer too. Security. And you're afraid, no, just pay 10 bob every day. 10, that's it. You got security. No, you can walk at any time at night here, no one will touch you, no one will bother you. That's how these organizations tend to grow and get a foothold, because they then take over the role that the government. But you see, why I'm saying this is disturbing me, I am looking at this NHIF, and I'm looking at the healthcare service, which in this country is almost 50-50 government, private. I'm looking at the education sector, again, something similar. And I'm asking myself, okay, you make these changes, but don't you see that because of what successive governments have not been able to do, the citizenry have taken matters in their own hands? Don't you see that it's actually happening?
It is. And I'd like to continue. I'll give a quick story. There's a in South Central Nigeria, there's a Benin city. I may have told you guys this before, but there was a time where there was this wave of armed robberies, and it was terrible. Come in, rob people, rape women. I mean, it was bad. And you would report to police regularly. Police would say, okay, we're checking. Got to the point where people said, okay, you're not doing anything about this anymore. Until today, there was instituted what they called a neighborhood vigilante. They would arm themselves. Things are happening. Young men would go into the neighborhood when these robberies were happening, and they would basically waylay the thugs and burn them and leave their bodies for the police to come and pick up in the morning. Because they said, we've been crying, you people have done nothing, children are being killed, houses, individuals are being robbed, and the police are just there doing nothing about it. So they took matters into their own hands, and they said, you're not going to do it, we're going to do it. It's bad. It was really, really bad. So, I mean, look at the things that Kenyans cry about on a regular basis. Every day, this, at some point. And that's why I said people start to operate in spite of a government that's in place, because they'll say, okay, you know what? We're going to ask for your help. If you're not going to do it, then we're going to do what we can do.
And they will.
And they will.
And they will.
It's just a matter of time.
You know, it's already happening. And that's why I gave the example of those two sectors. Now, if it becomes a growth industry, then you have a problem. You'll have a genuine problem on your hands, because despite those laws, people will actually recreate and alter it to suit their purpose until you actually, this one we're not going to do. Now, you know what that means is, that is defiance that will now come into the open. And what do you think it will morph into? People don't want something, they'll say we're not doing it. Now, where the government will get hit probably the most when it comes to taxes. Because if people are of that mind, what makes you think that they are now going to pay the very thing you need to function? It's called taxes.
They won't. What are people doing today? You go into... What's the situation happening right now? Small businesses are selling their wares, in this Nairobi, are selling their wares at 50% off. As in, they want to clear stock and shut down. That's the first thing. Number two, the payment systems that you would normally use, because now the taxman can trace you over the digital payment. So what are they telling people to do? Pay cash. Because they can't afford it anymore. That's what I'm talking about. And there's live living examples of this same thing. You want to make it difficult for us to operate? We're going to find a way to job this system.
Okay. Some bad stories.
Oh dear.
Okay. Let's start with Mombasa. There are two from Mombasa. The first one from Mombasa is on a mother who has been jailed for 10 years for killing her son to travel to Saudi Arabia. A woman strangled her 1-year-old son to facilitate her travel to Saudi Arabia, and she's been sentenced to 10 years in prison by the High Court in Mombasa. Happy Mwenda was charged with the murder of her son, whom she strangled and subsequently disposed of in a septic tank all in an effort to secure an opportunity to work in Saudi Arabia. Yesterday, Justice Anongijo said Mwenda deserved punishment not only as a deterrent to potential offenders, but also to impart the crucial lesson that life is sacred. So apparently, she strangled her 1-year-old son because she needed to secure a job opportunity. She was a single mother, and now she was wondering, how do I travel with this child here? So let's get rid of the child.
Oh God.
So then I can just go and get this opportunity. She was charged yesterday, sentenced to 10 years in prison. This is a different story. A 35-year-old woman who exposed her 10-year-old daughter's nude photos to a foreign man, promising to have a threesome with the man and daughter, has been charged before a Mombasa law court.
What?
The woman shared her daughter's nude photos to Zohair Al-Mukarram with the promise that they will have a threesome. The court further heard that the Said Al-Mukarram, who was due to fly into the country mid this month, would have sex with the accused and her daughter. Appearing before Mombasa Chief Magistrate Mother Mutuko, the mother denied the charges and was released on 200,000 shillings bond with a surety and an alternative cash bail of 100,000. The woman intentionally and unlawfully possessed her daughter's obscene images, and then she shared them with this man. And the promise here was that when the man comes, okay? Initially, she had said, pleaded guilty, and then later she came and changed the plea from guilty to not guilty.
Does this all point us in one direction, guys?
It's crazy.
Does this all point us in one direction? Whether you're talking about a woman who is taking the life of her child to facilitate travel to look for a better life, or you're looking for another one who takes pictures of her child.
Guys, come. It's okay.
I mean, boss.
You're supposed to protect this child.
In both circumstances.
Yes.
Where this child was killed and also where the pictures of this child were given somebody else. You're supposed to be protecting this child. My God.
Even the promise to expose your child to somebody for money. So yeah, come. You'll sleep with me and you'll also sleep with my daughter.
10-year-old.
Okoh.
Yeah. Hiya. Let's move away from Mombasa. Let's go to Machakos County. There's a place called Kantafu in Machakos.
Kantafu?
Yes. Kantafu. Have you heard of Kantafu?
No, I've never heard of Kantafu.
On the Thika Mwingi Road. Right? There's a place called Kantafu. Now, something has been happening strangely in this particular area. 2 years ago, a bar attendant was killed at Kantafu by her lover, who stabbed her several times before taking his own life. 2 lovers die. One kills the other. In 2020, during the outbreak of COVID-19 at Kaumoni village in the same sub-county, bodies of 2 lovers were found hanging side by side just after they were reported to have come from Nairobi. One was a 29-year-old man and the other one was a 19-year-old girl. It was reported that the two lived together in Kayona in Nairobi. An incident in the same area last week. Police in Matungulu, Machakos County are investigating an incident where 2 lovers were found burnt beyond recognition in a house at Kantafu area. Area CPD Peter Omondi identified the lovers as Gabriel Mutua, aged 40, and his 23-year-old lover Margaret Kwekwe. They were burnt beyond recognition. Now police are trying to investigate what could have happened here. Was it foul play? Was it accidental? Or did they commit suicide? Same area. What are you?
My goodness.
Hiya. So in the next hour, let's talk about something else. We'll be joined by Mr. Okoh to come and talk about alcohol abuse and alcoholism and awareness on that. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room, broadcasting in Nairobi, from Nairobi to Nairobi and the world on SpiceFM, on YouTube, on Facebook, and in the next hour we'll also be live on KTN Home, and I think KTN News as well. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. It's all systems go as the Mashujaa Day celebrations are set to be held at Kericho Green Stadium with more than 10,000 guests expected to attend. County Governor Eric Mutai says despite the heavy rains encountered, preparations were completed on time.
Because of the rains that was bounding us heavily, and there was this feeling that we may not be able to deliver this stadium on time. But I want to appreciate the DG and the entire team who really put in their energy throughout this session.
Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Abdul Hassan has also issued traffic guidelines to be followed during the celebrations, further urging motorists to use alternative routes.
Vehicles from Bomet, Litein, general direction heading to Kisumu will be required to divert at Premier Junction, then proceed to Kabianga University, to Sosiot and join the Kericho-Kisumu Highway at Kapsoit. Vehicles from Bomet, Litein, general direction heading to Nakuru will divert at Premier Junction, then proceed to Kabianga University to Nyoroge.
The guest of honor at this year's celebration will be Angolan President. Nyamira County Commissioner Onesmus Kiatha has advised residents of his county to come out in large numbers and attend the Mashujaa Day celebrations. Kiatha said residents deserve to show patriotism by attending such national events.
yangu ni kuomba wananchi wote kwamba sisi tuko tayari wachukue hii fursa, tukue wazalendo ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunahudhuria hizo sherehe. Pia ningependa kuomba kwamba kama kuna wale wakora wanapenda sana kusumbua watoto, kurusharusha mitihani ya uongo, makaratasi hapa na hapa kusema wanasaidia wananchi, watu kama hao watachukuliwa hatua kali sana na wataadhibiwa na sheria vilivyo.
Security guards have urged President William Ruto to increase the minimum wage during today's celebrations. The guards under the Kenya National Private Security Workers Union said the move will help them adjust to the rising cost of living. The Union Secretary General Isaac Andambwe said private security guards are among the lowest paid Kenyans. He said some private security guards are not even able to afford basic goods and services due to their earnings. Opposition MPs have threatened to paralyze business next week if the Speaker does not effect changes in the minority leadership. National Assembly Minority Leader Opiyo Ndai accused the Speaker of taking them in circles over a decision to have nominated MP Sabina Chege removed as the Deputy Minority Whip. The position was to be taken by Embakasi West MP Mark Mwenje. According to Ndai, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, despite a court ruling last week dismissing the earlier case lodged against the changes, has failed to implement the ruling.
If the court order that was issued last Monday, the 9th of October, is not effected by the Speaker, and the Honorable Mark Mwenje is allowed to assume his role as the Deputy Minority Whip, then there will be no business in the National Assembly when the House resumes next week on Tuesday. This joke has been extended too far and for too long, and it must come to an end, one way or the other.
Nandi Senator Samson Njoroge has welcomed the court's decision that declared the Nandi County Executive illegal and unconstitutional. The senator, who spoke in Parliament, said the ruling by the Employment and Labour Relations Court is an indictment on Governor Stephen Sang. He also called on the Nandi County Assembly to initiate an impeachment motion against the governor for acting against the Constitution. Njoroge also called on EACC to investigate Sang of a violation of leadership and integrity and corruption. And finally, trouble is brewing at the National County Assembly as UDA-MCAs call for the ouster of their leadership. A section of the legislators called the party's top leadership to change their leaders at the Assembly. At least 35 MCAs from the President William Ruto-led party have appealed their signatures in support of the ouster of Minority Leader Anthony Kiragu and Minority Whip Mark Mugambi. According to the UDA lawmakers, the two had failed to offer direction and leadership to party members on critical legislative matters. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFm, Nakuru.
And still not yet. I don't think we'll see anything much in terms of traffic today, like we'd said before. This is just a shout out, just in case anything does jump out at you, to let us know. As we go through this morning, we're likely to see that a lot of the movement will be very clear today. So we'll just keep an eye on things through the day, and you can do that on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Happy Mashujaa Day. How are you doing? Welcome to the second half of Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Eric Ndu. And this other guy is C.T. Muga. Please, don't confuse him to be anybody else. It's C.T. Tell them, C.T.
A large eye does not.
A large eye does not what?
It does not mean keen vision.
Okay, this is today's proverb from Rwanda.
Yes, this is our final proverb from the country of Rwanda.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It is the end of the week, and next week on Monday, a new show premieres on Maisha Magic what?
Plus.
It's called what?
Zari.
Okay. At what time?
At 8:30 p.m.
Okay.
And you'll have episodes on Monday, you'll have episodes on Tuesday, you'll have episode on Wednesday, you'll have episode on Thursday, you'll have episode on Friday.
Like that.
Like that.
Yes. Maisha Magic Plus is found on DSTV channel 163, Go TV channel 3, and you can download the My DSTV or My Go TV apps by dialing *423# *423#. It's the 20th.
Yes, it is.
9 days to go.
9 days, and then we're running in the City 8 Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It's the 20th edition. It's just 9 days. 9 days, folks. In 9 days, you would have been able to go to www.nairobimarathon.com. You would have been able to register. You would have been able to pay 2,000 shillings, and then you will be able to run come the 29th of October. Also, you have the opportunity to participate in the virtual run, just in case you can't make it on the 29th. It starts on Monday. Oh, yeah. That's in 3 days. So now when it's Friday and the thing is on Monday, do you say that's in 3 days or do you say it's in 2 days? Do you count today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Or is it in 4 days? Am I complicating matters? Anyway, the virtual run begins...
It's on the fourth day.
It's on the fourth day. Thank you very much.
It's in 4 days.
It's in 4 days.
Okay.
The virtual run, you can start taking part in that from Monday. And so you run your race. It doesn't mean that if you're running 42K, that you can divide it into 5 and say you run 5 today and then 5 tomorrow. No, please. The whole thing you run on one day. And then you put your times on the leaderboard, which you'll find on the website. Okay? So what this does is it creates a beautiful opportunity for you to participate in the marathon, even if you will not be there on the day. And all of this goes towards making sure that the Future Makers program is boosted, where young people, especially girls and those with disability, have the chance to earn, to learn, and to grow.
Kabisa. Something interesting happened yesterday, and leaders, more than 50 politicians from the Coast region met, regardless of party affiliation and all. Okay? These are former governors of all the counties in the coast, former senators, current governors, current senators, current cabinet secretaries from the coast, current speakers of the counties' assemblies from the coast. More than 50 of them are warming up to engagements with President William Ruto in what they say is championing for the region's development. The leaders from across the political divide attended a meeting convened by Senate Speaker Amason Kingi, who is a key appointment of the president at the coasts. Among the key resolutions of the Serena Hotel breakfast meeting included crafting a framework of structured engagement with President Ruto, a move that mirrors a push by leaders from other regions in seeking development. Those present included governors from the 6 coastal counties, senators, MPs, speakers of the county assemblies, former governors too, former Governor Salim Vuria, who's now a cabinet secretary, former MP, who's now a cabinet secretary for gender. What's her name? Aisha Jumwa was also present. Now, they discussed several things. They said we want development. They also discussed the port of Mombasa, this whole issue that has been raised by the governor of Mombasa County, Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, and he talked to us when he came here, on the wanting to have clarity and to participate in the talks for concessioning of the port of Mombasa, the port of Lamu. They said even if the Shimoni port in Kwale is also given up for privatization or concessioning, the leaders want to participate in those talks. As we promised during the 2022 general election campaign, no, that's what Ruto had said. The port of Mombasa will not be privatized. Now what they're doing is they're expanding all these operations but bringing in a concessionaire. But Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir has been on the forefront opposing the resolution to privatize key facilities of the port made by the cabinet without the locals' involvement. The governor says the proposal is a clear indication that the Kenya Kwanza government is taking the people of the coast for a ride. Now they're saying, we want to meet with the president, we want to have a conversation, and this is among the issues that will be on the table.
There's a question about a warm-up to the president. If it looked like the coast region had been in a split before when it came to any kind of allegiance that would be paid to the present administration. And so that this move could be one of two things. One, that truly, the leaders from the coast region are saying we need to be united in our agitation for development along the coast. And we know that in order for us to then present these issues to an administration, we need to come together and then come as a unified front. There's the other side whereby you say, look, whether you like it or not, this is the president, this is the administration of the day, and that again, if we are going to see our issues met, then we need to embrace the man and his presidency. Engage with him. And the only way to engage with him is to, if you're on a high horse, come off it. Or if you had the sour grapes, spit them out and let's move on. But it seems like everybody is in let's move on stance here to fulfill a number of things, to put aside any rifts, and then let's move together. Because one thing, when the opening of that presser, we heard from former Governor Ali Hassan Joho, he said, regardless of our political affiliations, regardless of what parties we belong to, what parties we have come from, we have decided that the development and the issues of the coastal region are more important. And because of that, we decided to come together. And that there are some of us who are in government today. There are some of us who are very close to the president, as it were. So how about we use what we have to get what we want?
This isn't a new narrative.
It's not. Have we seen them come together like this before?
Yes. It was tried when Ali Hassan Joho himself was governor. They tried it. And they even met and talked. But then it was the governors.
Exactly.
Who were talking.
Because now,
Taveta governor, Kwale governor, Lamu and so forth. Now, they've actually widened.
They've included members of the county assembly. They've included members of parliament. They've included people who say to be close to the president in the name of Amason Kingi, in the name of Salim Vuria and Aisha Jumwa, who also are sitting either speakers of Senate or at cabinet level, and have said, look, let's use what we have, because finally we are a little bit closer to the presidency than they've ever been before. You've not seen these numbers before.
I understand that coalition and the caucusing, because if there's one thing the coast has endured for the longest time, is bad leadership. People come, talk, make promises. The county government comes along. Take a back seat and just look at the scorecard of the governors who are there. The one governor whose scorecard stood up and was shining was Mvuria. You look around, you talk, you ask. come down to Taita Taveta and ask, what did Samboja do that you can point to and say, this is what Samboja did and this is his legacy? You come down to Mombasa, you ask, what is this that Ali Joho did, Hassan did, that you can consider to have been remarkable? You go to Kilifi, you ask Amason Kingi, what did he do that you could argue? Because all you need to do is a little arithmetic and ask yourself, how much did this person get in the years they were there? Because how many billions? What did these billions do?
That we can see.
Yes, go to Tana River. Go to Lamu. It's the same question that will be asked. But then I also ask another question. Are we saying, therefore, two things? One, that the national government will not fulfill the mandate that it has and the responsibility it has for the people of Kenya, and that the regional leaders must caucus together in order to get development? Or are we saying that the example we've seen with the handshake, where for you to be able to actually get benefit that should be your right as citizens and regions, can only come about when you seem to be cozying up to the current leadership? If that is the case, then why do we have multi-parties?
But that's a very good question, City, that you ask. The question, though, is... and thank you for that question.
I like
Eric,
the question.
Eric, and I also thank you very much for thanking me about asking that thankful question, Eric. Thank you very much.
The thing is, when leaders meet, are they necessarily cozying up to? Must we always translate it to that?
Yes.
If, for example, leaders meet and they say, all right, so we have a common agenda, we need to present it. We need to present a common agenda. These are the things that are on the wish list of our people. These are the things that affect us, and these are the things that we need to see a government doing. Okay? You can present them however you want to present them. But then if you say we can meet with the highest leadership of the country and present them from that level, and we are, as a caucus, we are agitating for them, it's not necessarily causing up.
Not necessarily. I think
it's presenting your agenda.
Plus, I really do think it's a situation whereby you use what you have to get what you want. Millie Odhiambo said something a few years ago that was very interesting. She said, you know what? Now that we are in the room, before we were not we're not even in the room. Now we're at the table. And we are no longer shouting. We are not making noise. We are not demanding. But now what we are doing is we are urging. You see, the language changes. That doesn't necessarily mean that I like you, or that doesn't necessarily mean that suddenly we are going to be best of friends. But I've seen a unique opportunity, and we're able to agree on these fundamentals that, look, do we all agree that the coast region, it is time where we should be able to develop across borders?
It's overdue.
Yes.
It's not time. It's long overdue.
They've agreed that needs to happen. Do we say that, yes, we have leaders who, they've met the mark. They can come to the people and say, you guys can coalesce around me, give me opportunity to lead. Yes. Have we also seen that some of our leaders can be put at the national level when it comes to executive decisions? Yes, we've seen that. Have you also seen that when these leaders speak, somebody listens? Yes. Then you have this recipe for which this development that has been long sought after at the coast can actually be. You've also seen that some of these leaders would appear to be, at this table with the president, who we know, call it whatever you want to like, what you like, favoritism, what, but we know it has been said. Should you be in good books, yes, the likelihood of some kind of movement in your region then goes a couple of notches higher. So how about you use what you have to get what you want? And I see it as that.
It's lobbying.
It doesn't mean that you're going to have to come out being besties and then suddenly hang out. No.
It's not a handshake.
No, it isn't. It is, we realize, wait, we are finally in a strategic position whereby there's more than one voice. There are many voices. They've been selected. Some of them have been handpicked. Come. So now you say, finally, now let's use this.
It's the making of a handshake.
But I'm saying it doesn't necessarily mean that you're cozying up to the presidency. It just means that
what would
we
this
see that
handshake look
it's
like
happening.
then, City?
You see, the reason why I'm harping on this, when we say handshake, if I'm to follow the trajectory of your thinking, it has connotations. And the connotation is you've joined the government.
Yes.
Handshake is actually an agreement, an understanding. Now, if you're saying that this understanding is what is being sought, yes, unfortunately, the players who are leading this, in my mind, do not have a track record of having done anything that you can consider to be lastingly useful to their people. So, even before this thing has begun, I'm seeing it as dead.
Do we need to sprinkle you with some optimism this morning, CT?
No. Opinion. It's an opinion.
You're seeing it as dead because
they've tried it before and it failed.
No, it's because of the people.
What
Amazon
fails?
King is speaking. Hassan Joe is speaking.
And
about
what they
things,
do
and
in
things
Kilifi
that
and
they
Mombasa.
could have done, and now they want to do it now.
They spoke about it even then.
And nothing happened.
Yeah.
Amazon King, he was very vocal. Do you remember? He's one of the first ones who came out that time and talked about this pact from the coast and said, it is time.
We
need
came
to,
together.
We need to come together. He was one of the first ones
the
who
Kumbaya
did.
moment can be spoken
Even on
of.
issues of the port, for example, Alias and Joho started speaking about the port a long time ago. What is it that the people of this Mombasa County can benefit from this port? Those are conversations that happened once, twice, his businesses were shut down and all this and the other. So they try to agitate for that. They try to agitate for other things that would then be working in tandem at national level and at county level. So it's reviving that conversation and saying, okay, so we have a wish list or a demand list, whatever you want to call it. Okay? We want to have this one-on-one conversation with the president. Here is what we expect. Here is what our leaders, our people have told us. As priority areas, we've sat together, we've listened to our people, we've all agreed that these are the 3 priority areas for the coastal region. Now we want you to focus on those. When you see Aisha Jumwa sitting at the cabinet or Salim Vuria sitting at the cabinet and they remind you of these issues, remember, these are issues that have come from the ground. When you see members of parliament from this coastal region, the deputy majority leader, who is the member of parliament for Malindi North, was it? Right? When you see Jichopevu coming and saying some things, just know that we all agree with what he has said, what he's saying.
It's a united front.
Okay.
And then there's political pressure for you to deliver on these ones now, because all of us are saying the same thing.
Okay.
No handshake. Just lobbying.
Okay. The question I would ask is...
No, it's okay. It's okay, CT.
The question. See, whenever people get together and they're speaking about... Let's look at political parties and how it is. A political party is supposed to be a unifying factor. We will have certain common understandings. I'm not going to call them beliefs. Okay? And that they are all heading in one direction. They never do. People tend to be in political parties because it suits their own agenda at that particular point in time. If a caucusing together for whatever you want to call it, an understanding, an agreement as a lobby group, suits someone's purpose at a particular point in time, they will caucus and they will present the lobbying agenda. But for me, the main agenda is, what is the agenda?
What's the private agenda?
Yes, what is it? Because what is somebody trying to protect? What is it that they want to do to benefit? If the time you've been in a position of leadership and in a high position, what you've demonstrated is a focus on things that benefit you directly, why would I have any thought of thinking that you've changed? Simply because times have changed. No.
You see nothing.
A lizard isn't a crocodile, and neither is a crocodile a gecko.
Okay. A lizard is not a crocodile. Neither is a crocodile a gecko. This is true.
They're reptiles, yes, but they're not. So I am simply going by what one sees and what I have seen over time, and I'm saying that these are important things that people should do, especially if indeed they do have some benefits. But unfortunately, when they have been tried before, you're talking about coastal political parties that have been there. They need to have them. You need to have lived at the coast to look at and understand some of the very, very dire situations people find themselves in.
Yeah.
And now, when you've had a county system where people actually have money, and you're still talking the same thing about people living in desperate conditions, and then some of the people who are fronting this union, come cluster, come whatever it is, oversaw situations where these dire situations did not change.
Okay.
How can I possibly think that it's going to be anything positive?
All right. So the beautiful thing about opinion is that even if you formed it in your mind, that you can change it and that it can be influenced by, other thoughts, right? So even as you speak, then I look at it because I do, and it's one of the things that folks have understood about the wanton, serious poverty in some areas of the coast. We know this.
Abject.
Yeah. And that devolution brought about a situation that had never been seen in some of these places before. So what I hear you saying is that these people coming together as would-be leaders, saying that it is time that the development agenda was ranked up a notch. What you're saying is that, number one, they've done it before. They've done this caucusing before. But number two is that each of these individuals who came, these 50-odd so, have had or currently have their hands in a position whereby they have or they can do something about this
at their own local level.
And convincingly, they can do something about it.
Can.
And we are not seeing any kind of movement towards some of these things happening, save for the odd one that we know, Salim Mvurya and the work that he did in Kwale, some of the work that we saw happen in Taita Taveta, for sure.
There's still high poverty levels in Kwale.
Understood. But we're saying some of the. That's why I said some of the work. I didn't say that it was. I didn't say it was complete.
Many who don't go to school in Kwale.
Now, my point is this: if these individuals have
from the past,
exactly,
that's what she's saying. Yes.
If these people have held positions or still hold positions whereby something significant can be done, what I hear you saying then is that don't come and sit and tell us that we want to now go and meet the president to be able to sort out development in our backyard when we can do something about it, at least start making some steps as we currently are.
You even have the resources to do so.
That's true. But Siti, there are things that can be done at local level. There are things that need to be initiated at national level. Those that are initiated at national level have a national conversation.
Yes.
Now, you cannot have a national conversation disjointedly if you're talking about the same region with sort of similar issues to be discussed. It's the coastline. How do you benefit from the coastline? It's the ports. How do you make sure that these ports are actually benefiting the people? It's the regional economy, which has in many ways things that are common. How do you make sure that they benefit? Okay, all right, that is on one hand. Then on the other hand, there are those things that they can do as local leaders, as governors, as members of the National Assembly, as senators, in agitating for them, which they haven't said they are stopping to do. The governors are not saying now, until now we meet with the president, ayata siende kwa ofisi. No, they will still do those things. They will still do the issues that concern ECD. They'll still work on agriculture. They will still work on health. But then some things require participation of national government and action by the national government.
Eric, I do agree. It is important.
And that's why they focused on those issues that require, that they say, so we are together on this, on issues that require national action, we are going to engage with the president.
Okay.
Then the next thing, now let's ask them, now on the issues that are cross-cutting but are devolved, how do you engage? Jumuiya ya County za Pwani, come in and have a conversation.
The thinking behind it is right. The ideas being talked about are good. All I'm saying is this. You shall know them by their fruit. It is not a very complicated concept. Political power rests in people. It may seem like it's an exaggerated perspective, but it is. Those who are powerful politically have people rallying behind them in large numbers. Now, if this caucus can convince the people of the coast of the agenda, then they will have enough power to achieve what it is that they are talking about. Do I see that happening? No.
You have no hope?
No, it's not hope. I have hope.
But?
I have hope.
But?
I have hope. The only way you have clout, and the starting point is a good one. Let's forget our political differences, which is not going to be possible. But let's just pretend we've forgotten our political differences and let's talk with one voice. Okay, let's move on with the pretend. Now, let's not pretend, but let's actually go and see the president and tell him this is what we want to do. The president will listen. So what is this thing that you are promising the president? Because if you're assuming that by going together you will convince the president, so what is this thing beyond the numbers of 50 of you who've gone to see the president? What is this thing that the president will get? Because for you to convince someone to do something for you, they must also feel that there's something they're gaining. What is the president going to get, apart from meeting the 50 of you and talking to you?
The negotiation, right?
Yes, exactly.
So what are you presenting?
Yes, okay, you've told him what you want, yeah, but what exactly are you giving him in return? And do you have it? The thing he would need most, a president needs not just support from leaders. The support from leaders makes sense when it represents numbers. So, is that what you're saying? That's the reason why handshakes have worked better from what we've seen. So if this is something new that is going to work, it will be wonderful, because for the first time, the coastal region will actually have the might that it has needed to be able to bring about change. And that will be a beautiful thing. Long, long, long overdue.
Then maybe politically you can look at it from like what the president is expecting to gain from Nyanza. You know, inroads, some political rapprochement with the people.
Yes.
If the people of the coast see these 3 items were presented to the president and then they see some activity on them, the president can now come and claim, you see people, I am one who has delivered on some of the things that your leaders brought. So he can go in there and say, and he'll have some acceptance, some ground to convince the people.
Eric, you're very right. But if you take, for instance, the visit to Nyanza as an example, it actually points to what I'm trying to say. You see, there are people in the Ruto government right now who come from the Nyanza region. Okay? If you look at that trip to Nyanza, we spoke about it when our friend Manyora was here. The people who you saw talking with the president were ODM stalwarts. And we did say, for this to work this way, Raila Odinga must have given a nod. Why? If you're talking about the voting population in that region, Raila Odinga has the last say when it comes to what happens, because he's the one who has that massive support. Okay? So, you can look at it the way you want. But if you listen to even what the president was saying when he was there, when he gave the analogy of saying, look, folks, there was a time I came here and Raila and I were looking for this thing, okay? I've got it. What's the difference? Political language. And exactly what you're saying, you're appeasing people and telling them, guys, I never actually left. I'm just, different outfit, but I am the same guy. I'm the same person. At the heart of it is, the nod comes from somebody who can promise numbers. Now, let's go back to the coast and ask. The fragmentation of the coast when it comes to leadership and even political parties and affiliations. What is this that can be on offer? Everything that is being spoken of is good. There is nothing wrong with what is being said. That need, as I said, it is long, long, long overdue. But what are you bringing to the table as you go to make your requests?
Tulete mkeka bana, tualete zulia. Rais ukija coast sasa utakanyanga zulia. Sawa bana. Let's take a break. 26 minutes to 8, Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Mashujaa Day, wherever you tuned in. Yes, that is CT Muga. People are asking, where is CT?
He's here, Mama.
It is here. Let's look at traffic. Tell us about traffic in Kericho. You know all those things. People arriving from which side, please use this road. People arriving from which side, use this road. Look for that one and tell us.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk that midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's a cloudy morning in Nairobi at 15, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Nakuru at 15. It's partly sunny at 16 in Nyeri, going to highs of 25, and cloudy at 14 in Eldoret with highs of 24 and lows of 13. It's mostly cloudy at 26 in Mombasa with highs of 30, and we'll see cloudy conditions at 26 in Malindi, going to highs of 30, cloudy at 20 in Kisumu, with highs of 28. 27 will be the high in a cloudy Kakamega, currently at 18. Kampala is cloudy at 18 with highs of 26 and mostly sunny at 25. In Dar es Salaam, we'll see highs of 30. 14 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25, and it's mostly clear at 25 in Lagos with highs of 32. 32 will also be the high in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Chilled Spice.
You wanted me to look at traffic in Kericho. It's interesting because on the Nairobi road is coming in from Kapkewa. There's actually traffic getting into Kericho town. And it's looking like it might get a little bit heavy right around 7:30. But then if you're looking at the Kisumu Busia road, nothing happening there. There's also the Kericho Kapsir road also with some traffic, but nothing too major. So that's interesting to see this morning. In the city of Nairobi, not much has happened with traffic. We'll probably not see much of it today. But all roads lead west, it would appear this morning. And so let's see what happens as we go through the day. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
2 minutes to 8. Vacate public land not tomorrow, not next year, not when you're ready, but now, according to Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome. And she's warning. CRT in
And our one.
and our one now. So take heed and make hay while the sun still shines. Cabinet Secretary says having a share certificate is not enough for anyone who wants to claim ownership of any parcel of land. Anyone who is currently occupying public land should vacate with immediate what? Immediate effect, according to Lands Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome. In what looks like a move to play catch-up in order to avert more Kenyans from losing their property, as it happened at the Mvoka land case, the CS said the eviction processes will be implemented by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Anti-Recovery Agency, and the National Police Service. She was recently transferred, of course, from the Water Ministry. She's also warned Kenyans that having a share certificate is not enough for anyone to claim ownership of any piece of land. She says the ministry wishes to send out a strong message that any person on public land should vacate with immediate effect. I wish to advise the public that there are people out there conning members of the public to buy land using share certificates. Share certificates are not legal documents to confirm ownership. So if you come wagging a share certificate in my face, I will just tell you, sorry, you don't own that land. She was accompanied by the ministry's principal secretary, Nixon Korir, and they asked Kenyans to carry out due diligence by checking the status of the parcels they want to purchase from the Lands Ministry, where they will be given maps from the Survey Department. In relation to the Mavoko land, which has hit the headlines, Ms. Wahome and Mr. Korir said records at the ministry clearly show that it belongs to East Africa Portland Cement Company. So according to them, go to the ministry today. This land that all of you were divvying up and buying belongs to East Africa Portland Cement Company. She said any other documents purporting to be held in respect to the said land do not originate from this office. So wherever you got them from, River Road, RD House, that now is up to you. The ministry has already forwarded the relevant documents to the Office of the Director of Criminal Investigations to support them in the ongoing investigations. So she said two things here. One, if you are on public land, please, before these three agencies in the name of the police, the Recovery Authority, and the EACC get to you, just move. Whether you've erected a pole, whether you've erected a building, whether you've pitched a tent, just go. Because these three agencies have now been given the mandate to deal with you perpendicularly.
Okay. And how far into history are we going with this?
So long as it is public land.
Not so far. Let's just keep it to
the current.
For now. Okay? So then the issue that, of course, that has grabbed everybody's attention in terms of what has happened at Mavoko, she's saying, all these people who said they did a search. Remember, we had a gentleman here who said, we went to RD House.
RD House.
We went and we saw that Actually, this land belongs to Aimi,
Malu, Kenya.
Yeah.
What P.S. Nixon Korir is calling Aimima.
What he says is Aimima. Now there, Alice Wahome said, sorry, it is very clear at the ministry that this land belongs to East Africa Portland Cement Company. So wherever you people saw whatever you saw, it was a mirage. It is not true.
No.
So those are two things that she has said. If you're on public land, move. This other issue, it is still, this is the position of government, that this land. But she said what we want to do is this thing that I'm telling you forwardly. We are trying to avoid the situation that happened at Mavoko so that we don't come and start putting people into a difficult situation in the terms of demolitions. So I'm just telling you now, please, so that nobody will come and do what? Cry later. It's a strong message that has been sent out. So I don't know what's supposed to happen. If you've built on this land, do you carry your house literally on your back like a tortoise
strong
and go?
Messages, huh?
She's done several things, though.
What?
She's absolved the Ministry of Lands completely. Says, essentially, this thing you're saying that you can go there, do a search, and you're given information. No. That cannot. That doesn't happen.
You went to River Road. And you saw some RD House there in River Road.
And then
that
he
was
said,
not
that is not RD House.
RD House.
Us.
That's not that
Nope.
That's in our books.
We are in community.
Yes.
You where you went
is not community.
It's not community.
So you all right.
Number one.
Number two, she has also said that you know something. We are not responsible. And we here don't Ministry of Lands. See, me, I'm CS Gava. You go and put a building, you buy a plot, and it's government land. You, not us, you. And that is before ethics and DCI.
An anti-recovery agency.
They come for you.
Yeah.
Okay, now, let's look at the anatomy of wrongdoing. Usually it involves more than one person for it to actually be enacted. Fine. This person has, in their utter and complete and undiluted foolishness, gone and bought a piece of land that doesn't belong to the person who's selling it. The person who's selling it knows they're selling a falsehood. Is there a law in this country that prohibits people from committing falsehoods and present them as the truth? That other person is going to suffer enormously for their mistakes. There's no question about it. They will pay dearly. But what about the other person who has made it possible? We have an interesting aspect of our law with regards to stolen goods.
Yeah.
When you are the person who buys stolen goods, your punishment tends to be even greater than the one who actually sold you the stolen goods. So I'm asking the question, what is it about the issue of land and these same laws? Why is it that in somebody gets a slap on the back or a nudge on the shoulder, whereas the other one, they just stop short of cutting off your neck? Why?
It is. It's crazy. It's crazy what we see here. And, I'm just listening to the current cabinet secretary for land speaking as she's speaking, and I'm reminded of previous cabinet secretaries for land speaking as she is speaking today.
Right now.
Yeah. We've seen it before. When people were accused of invading Kenya Airports Authority land here in Chokimau and their homes were demolished, same things were heard. Okay, that was a couple of years ago. Let's just go into last year. When people were accused of moving into land that belonged to Athi Water Board.
Yes.
Upper, was it? Korogocho?
Yes.
And their homes were demolished.
Yes.
It was the same thing. When some people who had built on some piece of land in Ruai and their homes were demolished, we had the same thing. Okay? And some of those who are now reminding us about our responsibility were talking about responsibility of somebody else who was the government then.
Yes.
So these stories are just stories that we are hearing from our cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries in the Ministry of Lands. There is rot at Athi House. And unless Alice is coming out and saying, yes, I admit that there's something that is happening here and I am going to address it. But in the meantime, please, if you have heard, there's public land A, B, C, D. These people who purport to be selling you pieces of land are criminals. And DCI, these are their names. Please deal with them. That would be something.
Yes.
But coming to say, today, if you own a share certificate, what are you saying?
That you don't actually
What
own
are
the
you
land.
saying?
This penchant we have for pussyfooting around matters and not wanting to actually hit the nail on the head is a problem.
They are criminals.
They are criminals. You know who they are. You know where they exist. You know where the problem is. But what you're going to do, and they are right here looking at you, but you decide, let me turn around and actually face the complete other direction and talk about things which don't matter.
Yep.
Until and unless you're ready to hit the nail on the head, you're going to continue having these issues. People will continue crying. You continue demolishing people's houses. You will continue coming out to warn people and tell them, oh, you know what, actually, if you don't have a share, fix the thing. And that's where we go wrong. You know where the problem is. So you keep asking yourself, why am I sick? I keep getting a headache. I'm tired. I'm what? Meanwhile, you have the results of a test that you did. And they're telling you, this is the medicine that you take. You refuse to take it. But then you say, I'm feeling sick. What do you expect? What do you expect to happen? People, time without number, have come and they've told us, we have gone. This is my land. I even have a title. But in the registry, it is somebody else's name. What Houdini thing is this that is being done? Some black magic voodoo combined with all kinds of things happen, and we're all right with it. And it's a sickness.
And nobody ever pays the price. I mean, the perpetrators, the thieves, the fraudsters never pay the price. Amos Kimunya told us piece of paper. James Orengo told us piece of paper. Think
Everyone.
back.
And who
Kaimenyi told us piece of paper. Think back to whoever you want to put as lands minister at
And
the
you
time.
know, she's talking about a share certificate not equaling ownership. My friend, even a title deed today doesn't guarantee your ownership of land from what we've been told.
Can we ask the question? Who issued that so-called certificate?
It is Aimimalu Kenya.
Yeah, precisely. So,
this Aimimalu Kenya people are giving you some share certificate, allotment letter, whatever, with a copy of mother title.
Mother title.
This mother title is what we are going now to later subdivide and give you your own title.
Okay, I have a question. Allotment letter, is this something I can go to my computer and just make my own?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Exactly.
You can even, if you know the right app, you can even age it so that it looks like,
something that came from 1762.
Exactly.
It was being made, in some offices in Mavoko.
That's it.
Because you are saying that you are getting an allotment letter basically as a share into the Aimimalu Kenya Society. As a member of the Aimimalu Kenya Society and having paid some, it is not purchase price. It is just facilitation fee, like they were saying. You're not buying. It is just facilitation fee that is 300,000 shillings for 50 by 100 and so on and so forth. So because you've paid the required facilitation fee and administration fee because you have to maintain the office and printing money equaling 300,000 shillings, here is your allotment letter, aka share certificate. And
proof of ownership.
This is a copy of the mother title that shows that we own this land, LR number this, IR number this.
And meanwhile, you can go to Ministry of Lands and check.
Yes.
You see,
By the time you make your way from Mavoko to Ministry of Lands,
it's there.
It's there.
Yes. You know, what I find scary, we had a conversation again with another CS of lands, and it was about this digitalization of everything within the lands ministry.
Yeah.
And there was this question we asked about foolproofing that particular system, and we were assured. At that time, the problem seemed to be people who will interact with it. Now, we have been able to see something about digitalization in our courts and how it works. I speak as somebody who has participated in such a process. It works. When I put a link, you are there. You can. It works. Lands, we are now being told that it is possible, and the blame is people within lands who are able to change certain details to suit purposes of whoever it is has paid them.
Made the inquiry.
Paid them to do so.
Yes, yes.
Because, so you own the land, and this one is not share certificate. You've actually owned this land. When you go to renew the lease, you suddenly find it is somebody else's
You're
name.
not the one who owns the land.
Your lease hasn't actually expired yet. Okay? This is in lands. Now, surely, Madam CS, it's happening in lands. Same lands. Now, if that is happening at the level where security is supposed to be at its very highest, what then this simple thing of simply writing down that this is what the details that you require, that one doesn't require any security. You hand in that piece of paper and somebody looks for information and gives you. How is that difficult?
Big time criminals in this country walk scot-free. Okay? We've had many cases of pyramid schemes in this country. Billions of shillings lost. Oh, some inquiry here and there, here and there, here and there. Is there anybody in jail today? Do we have a band made of in jail today because of the pyramid schemes that we've had in this country?
I haven't heard of it.
You said, what are they called?
Wait.
Something. Those ones.
There was two main ones, and yes.
Billions lost. Jail, nobody. Land fraudsters. Here in Okoh, many times we've heard of many cases where land belonging to the public has been sold to other people, where land belonging to this and the other has been sold. They don't go. Even going beyond this, we are talking about an operation in the north of the country, in those counties, right? People have been killed, people have been maimed, people's livelihoods have been destroyed because of some criminal elements. Yes, Kithure Kindiki and the defense ministry are out there with the majeshi on the boots on the ground. Has anybody been taken to court?
Nope.
This thing of government always protecting these big-time thugs and criminals needs to come to an end. You cannot come and say, okay, you have been warned. There were several caveats in the papers. There were billboards. There were this and the other. As you're placing the caveat in the paper and the billboard, you are therefore saying that there's somebody who's a criminal.
There's something going on which is wrong.
Who is perpetrating some criminal activity. Get them. At that point, say, listen, this is a thug. He's trying to con people. First, let's remove the thug from the society. And then let's warn everybody else. If this thug had some collaborators and they come to you, just remember. Tell us about them and don't participate. That's sufficient warning. You can't be sitting back and telling us, there are some people who claim to own this piece of land and this piece of land.
You've distanced yourself from
these people. Please don't buy. And if you buy, buyer beware.
You've not only distanced yourself from that, but what you've actually done is you've actually informed us that you do not consider it your responsibility to actually take the oath of office that you took seriously. That oath of office involves protecting people. It does. The Constitution, yes, but protecting people. The moment you mention the Constitution in an oath, everything that's in it, my friend, you've sworn to it.
You've sworn to it, essentially. Yes, you have.
And our Constitution is so very, very clear as to the role that the Mwananchi has in this particular country.
The thing here is that we ask us, these demolitions that we saw last week and into the beginning of this week was severe, right? When we look at the severe loss. But they're not the first ones that have happened. Like you say, there were some last year. They've been regular. So should we not be asking ourselves, beyond saying if you're on public land, get out, but should we not be asking ourselves, just like you're saying, that there are criminal elements when it comes to the buying and selling of land in Kenya today.
You've been there for the longest time.
If we're raising the alarm and saying that quite a number of people who quote unquote own land today actually don't own it because it's been fraudulent in terms of the process, then what is being done to streamline that? What is being done to eliminate these rogue elements? What is actually being done to clean up the system? When we looked at the digitalization of lands operations in Kenya through now Sasa and all of this, what did people say? That, now what you've done is that you've made it even more. You've entrenched it deeper to guarantee that corruption and impunity was going to be rife here. That's what you've done. Because you can digitalize from here until tomorrow. But if you do not deal with the elements that everybody knows is perpetuating these things, then we can just keep talking, but it's not going to go anywhere. That you will continue to have these demolitions, because why? Because people continue to spend their hard-earned savings and money purchasing land that does not belong to them. Or does not belong to the people who are selling it.
Yeah.
And they know very well who it belongs to. And as uncomfortable as you want to be, that there are people very high up in the food chain who are the perpetrators of this thing. If you're not going to come to terms with that, if you're not going to accept that reality, and if you're not going to be ready to deal with it, be ready for more cries, be ready for more tears, be ready for more demolitions in the name of cleaning up a system. It's going to continue to happen. It will.
Do you actually think that there's any sincerity
No.
When it is, yeah.
It isn't.
Because, they are not selling land on some other planet and then coming to give certificates in Kenya. Everything is happening right here. And the people perpetrating it are Kenyans. And the moment you're a Kenyan, people know you. People know what you do. And this has been going on for quite some time. So the hard question that has to be asked is, why have they done nothing about it?
Even the ones who come and cry after the demolition, questions must be asked.
Actually, anybody who's been in a position of leadership in this particular county here has to be asked, what role did you play?
When these things were happening, what role
did you play? Because you're in leadership. Whether you're an MCA, whether you're an MP, whether you're a senator, whether you're a governor, what did you do? What role did you play? And not current. Former, current.
And current.
Yes.
Where were you as this was going on? When Alpha Mutua was even calling a press conference and saying, people, please, I'm cautioning you, do not go in here. We are not giving any approvals for any development in this particular area because, all right? When he was doing all those things, who else spoke with him? Who else spoke with him? Who else listened? At that point, where was the Ministry of Lands?
And he wrote to them?
Yeah.
Spoke about
Did the Ministry of Lands come out and say, people, the only title deed here
or
is...
stop the press. What exactly is going on? Let's hold any kind of sale. Because, okay, a quick one. When there is sale, land one to the next, the ministry at one point or another is involved.
Yes.
And it is no transaction you will do whereby the ministry is not involved.
If it's land, they have to be involved.
Abi? So that it's not possible that you say, oh, people were selling land. We did not know. Oh, people were buying land. We did not know. No.
Although in this particular case, because there's no actual transfer of the land title, the land ministry is only involved at a point of a window somewhere called search.
You see, the question that I would ask here...
And that search window is where now they're telling us you guys were searching in River Road.
What does the government do?
You guys were searching in River Road. Meanwhile, we are here. Pin says community. You were searching downtown. We are here. Big time.
Okay. The conversations continue into the next hour. Happy Mashujaa Day, wherever you tuned in this morning. We're celebrating the Shujaas of this country, and you are one of them. And as we mark this year's Mashujaa Day, let's remember that, heroes are those in the community. Don't think about those ones in the past, oh, they did this for independence. Those are heroes, but there are everyday heroes as well. Do you recognize any of them? Do you celebrate them? We should, because they are our everyday heroes. Good morning, it's 8 a.m.
spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga. 6 people have been injured following a stampede at Kericho Green Stadium. Police say the stampede occurred at Gate C of the stadium, and the injured, who include a minor, have been rushed to Kericho County Referral Hospital for treatment. This event comes as long queues have been witnessed as residents await security clearance for the 60th Mashujaa Day celebrations at the stadium, which has a capacity of 10,000. Security agencies had earlier today conducted drills to enhance safety on the ground. Mashujaa Day celebrations will be unique this year as President William Ruto will officially launch the Universal Healthcare Plan. The UHC program aims at achieving quality and affordable health services for all Kenyans. Soon after launching the program, the President will unveil 100,000 community health promoters who will be deployed to various parts of the country. The move comes a day after President signed into law 4 health bills, which are Social Health Insurance Bill, Digital Health Bill, Primary Healthcare Bill, and the Facility Improvement Financing Bill, which were passed by the National Assembly on Tuesday.
We have reached a pivotal moment in our quest to reshape our healthcare delivery system. Today, 4 crucial bills for the implementation of universal healthcare have become law. These laws, together with various policies, strategies, and regulations that will be subsequently implemented, including the community health policy and primary health care and health financing strategies, will lay the firm foundation for the biggest change in our healthcare system ever witnessed.
Apart from ensuring that Kenyans get better health services, the President said the program will also see the standard of government hospitals improved.
This administration will not undermine our county governments, and that this administration supports fully county governments in the discharge of their responsibility on health and their mandate on health, and that we are going to work together to make sure that counties succeed, because when counties succeed, Kenya succeeds.
Health CS Susan Nahumicha has welcomed the plan, saying it's a big stride in improving health services, especially for expectant women and their children.
As a woman, as a mother, as somebody with health information or who has been in the sector, this is the day that the doctors say that the mother who is pregnant is quickening. We have started now kicking as a ministry, because we know that with the social health bill that you have now ascended into law, we are going to move forward, Your Excellency.
The signing of the bills and finally the implementation of the laws means that the National Health Insurance Fund will no longer be used. Environment and Climate Change Cabinet Secretary Soipan Tuya has urged security teams to conduct the ongoing Mao evictions in a humane manner. The ongoing multi-agency security operation seeks to reclaim sections of the Mao Forest Complex from encroachment and illegal logging activities. Tuya said that plans are underway to outline forest boundaries and work with state and non-state partners to fence off the forest to deter further violations. Mugirago West Member of Parliament Stephen Muga has called on his colleagues to ensure they put development issues in the forefront. Speaking at the Bundo Primary School, Muga lamented that the previous state of infrastructure in various schools was worrying. Muga has further encouraged candidates not to be scared of the exams, as what is said is what they know.
Going by what West Mogrango has done in one financial year, it tells you that if this money were applied for the right purpose, we would not be having the dilapidated infrastructure in any school in the Republic of Kenya. What I urge of my colleagues, let us put the money where it is supposed to be, because then God will reward us differently. And I want to encourage the students to be confident. God has given them the chance to prepare for these exams. They should be confident and give the best answers that they have for the examination questions.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Still not much with traffic today. Everywhere is green, so you can go. Coming into the CBD, you should be fine. Leaving as well, all right. Looks like all roads lead west today, getting out towards the Mashujaa Day celebrations in Kericho County. So we're going to keep an eye on things and see how things move through the city, but I don't think you should have much of an issue at all. SpiceFM KE on X want to keep things moving regardless this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debate, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man
Good
who
morning,
believes
6
in
minutes
punching
after 8.
up.
How are you doing? Happy Mashujaa Day. Welcome to the third hour of the Situation Room. This lovely Friday, the 20th day of October 2023. Wherever you're tuned in, celebrate yourself, celebrate the next Shujaa around you and in your life. In 9 days' time, that is not this Sunday, but next Sunday, we will be running from Uhuru Gardens and from other parts of the country.
Indeed, yes. And it's, imagine, the whole country running at the same time. It's Kenya's largest single-day athletics event. It's back this year and it's bigger. It's the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. And we all kick off from Uhuru Gardens on the 29th, bright and early in the morning. Now, if you don't get a chance to do that, the virtual run actually kicks in on Monday. And you have an opportunity to put your numbers on the leaderboard, your times on the leaderboard, and then see where you reign come the 29th when the marathon is over. Will you run the 10K? Will you run the 21? Or will you run the 42? Whatever you do, register on www.nairobimarathon.com. With 2,000 shillings, you have the opportunity to make sure you run and also support the Future Makers program, which helps young people, especially girls and those with disability, to learn, earn and grow.
The virtual run starts on Monday.
Yes, it does. So that means you have from Monday till Friday, interestingly enough, to then be able to run and put your times on the board.
Run, clock it on the board and see how it goes. So you have this weekend to register, to download the app and then have it on your phone or whatever, so that then when you run, you're able to clock your times. Monday as well, something big will be happening at 8:30 on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 163, Go TV channel 3. It'll be the premiere of a new show, Kenyan production, called Zari. What's Zari about?
Don't you want to know? So, it's a story of a young man who is confusing people. And he decides that these two women, he's going to get their help. One falls pregnant. The other is going to help him treat this pregnant one in hospital. And it's going to unravel in ways that you would never imagine.
What? What? It's a good, big time production. One of those big, good Kenyan productions. Something is happening to the expressway system, by the way. So I topped up yesterday to use the ETC system. I got a confirmation SMS immediately. Your top up is successful.
Yes,
Since then, every 20 minutes, I get same message.
That you've topped
One has just come a minute ago. Your top up for 12 points was successful. Your account balance, it's valid until this date. Please visit.
Is there a place where you can check the balance? So has it kept multiplying?
The same message comes, the same balance. Not the next message doesn't come with that you balance plus 2,000.
The same message.
Same.
Maybe there's a glitch in the system.
Clearly.
I think it's the weather.
Yeah, they should apologize to me by giving me like an extra value of the same.
Please, they should. It's, after all, it's Mashujaa
Yeah, I
Day.
mean Mashujaa Day, and this is causing me distress and inconvenience.
Draining your phone battery. Surely.
Exactly. With all these messages all the time. Let's have another conversation this hour. We'll talk about beyond the cut, the menace of botched circumcision exercises and questionable vices. We are joined by two gentlemen in the studio. One of them is Julius Njoroge. Julius is a consultant in family matters and leadership trainer. And we have Dr. Stanley S.K. Kamau. Dr. Stanley Kamau is a program director at Noble Man Ventures. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Happy Mashujaa Day.
Happy Mashujaa Day.
Karibuni sana.
Asante.
We'll have this conversation shortly. First, let's hear the day's proverb from City Muga. Listen keenly, because we'll ask you your interpretation of that proverb.
Yes, this is our final proverb from the Republic of Rwanda. A large eye does not mean keen vision.
A large eye does not mean keen vision. Dr. Kamau, what do you make of that proverb?
I think the most important thing is to understand what is vision. Because it's not, the eyes are for looking, but the minds are for seeing. So you see with your mind, and you look with your eyes. So you don't even need to have eyes to have a vision. Yeah. So the most important thing is vision is the concept of the mind. Yeah. So like now you have four eyes.
Doesn't mean that we see more.
See more. Yeah.
Okay. That's a good one. City, what do you make of that particular one before we go to the next?
Well, you know, the beauty of your opinion is that you can't be wrong.
Yeah.
It is your opinion.
Yeah.
And it is not just a good opinion, it's an informative one. Yes. Excellent.
Amepata kila kitu.
Hata zaidi.
Amepata everything.
Hata zaidi.
Julius,
yes.
What's your interpretation of this proverb?
We know that when you see something with your eyes, you have to, the eyes will just help you to see, like Doctor said, but what you understand or what you get into your mind is what is now the vision. So you may see something, but you have a problem interpreting that what you have seen. That's why the big eye is not. Does not guarantee that you have a vision, because you have not interpreted it. Yeah.
And maybe to add on that, this is from my personal perspective. 1979, I was in class 5, and I was reading other pupils to perform before the parents. You know, those gymnastics, those primary school songs. And my mother kept looking at me because she was seated among the leaders. And because I was commanding the others to perform, when he went home, my mother called me and asked me, "What kind of a person are you going to become?" Then I asked her, "Why?" Because she said, "When I looked at you, I saw someone who will become great and go far." That was 1979. She looked, but she saw. So the eyes were looking, but the mind was seeing someone who will be great.
Was translating something else.
Yes, and she said she saw my destiny. People are just seeing a boy leading others, jumping and having fun. But my mom saw someone who will go far. And I believe today my voice is going far. This 1979 was said.
Very good.
Yeah.
And here you are.
Here I am.
What do you do, Dr. Kamau?
I'm a training consultant, and I'm working with Noble Man Ventures as the programs director. I'm a consultant in matters of leadership, life, and education. So basically my work is to help people understand and come up with informed decisions, you know, giving them information, mentorship, and above all, I'm also an author. I've written several books. Yeah, so basically my work is human resource development and helping people discover themselves, develop themselves, and display themselves.
Very good.
It's called the 3D. Discover, develop, and display yourself.
Display.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Julius, what do you do?
I also work with the Noble Man Venture. I'm a director. I'm also a trainer. I am a consultant in family matters and also training, especially the male child. So we build man of nobility at Noble Man's Venture. and also I do other things. I'm also in business. I'm also in construction. I do many things. Yes.
You are multifaceted like that.
Yes.
We want to have a conversation because you raised a concern and you seem to be concerned about a trend. And this is when it comes to the male circumcision exercise.
Yes.
And you say that there's something that's happening that is not good. What is this?
In the male circumcision, many times when boys go through other circumcision, there is a training they go through, whether you have organized it or you have not organized it. Because after circumcision, we call it the rite of passage. It is a new beginning. Even from the book of from the Bible, we read about they were doing it on or even today they do it on the 8th day, meaning it is a new beginning. So whether we plan for training or we don't plan for training, there will be that room for training. And when parents and when the people who have gone through it are not properly alleged, there are other people who come and tell people, now you are a mature man because you have undergone the cut. You can now indulge in sex. You can now, because you are mature, you can drink. Because you are mature, you can have sex. You can do drugs, because that's when smoking is introduced. That's when many things happen, because there are those people who were before you and they have gone through it, and the world is open for those kind of people, especially for those 10 days and even after the 10 days. So that's why we have come up with this training in Noble Man's Venture, because we did the research and we found that most of our people, especially in central Kenya, they are in drugs, they are in alcoholism. There is a lot of misuse of sexuality. And we were asking ourselves, when did it start? And we realized that this thing started after the cut, because mostly the young men are taught, now you are a mature man. You can even have your own, a small house. They call it a cube. You do not be staying with your mom. Now you are a big man. You will not be going, will not be learning errands for your mother. Your mother cannot order you aloud. You are the one now who will be ordering you aloud. And probably when the parents think that their son is sleeping at home, the boy is out there mixing with other things and probably entertaining other young boys in the home. And this is where we have lost many generations. So that's why we have come up with something that we're calling Beyond the Cut.
Are we talking about botched circumcisions in terms of the physiological aspect, that something may have gone wrong here? And that is what is raising concern?
Or
no, I didn't have an or. I'm just asking there. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, the whole issue is lack of understanding, proper understanding, and there's a lot of misconception. Because when you don't know the purpose of something, ultimately you abuse it. So when there's no clear understanding of why the cut, why the circumcision, what is the whole concept of circumcision? Because circumcision is not just cutting the front of the penis. It's a whole human development, both psychological, both emotional, and many other aspects. So not just the organ. The organ is just a mark that I'm getting into another level of life. And as he's saying, some people do it even at 8 days. So it's not, the focus should not be the cutting of the organ, but the issue is, have this person been mentored, matured, and being able to understand the whole concept of manhood? Why is he a man? Because the man is not the size or the shape of the penis. It's not the shape or the color of all that. The issue is, have this man understood, why am I a man? And why was I created as a male man? And what is my function? So, and that causes a change of heart, change of attitude, change of mentality, change of perception, and much more, building appropriate global values. Because the man we are talking about here is not a Kenyan, it's not a Kikuyu, it's not a Luo, it's not a Nigerian. is a global man, a man that can fit across board.
Everywhere.
Because now we are talking about the global village. You know, I cannot bring my tribalism into the global village. We need to create a man that cuts across the whole globe, because the values, norms, and beliefs and principles of humanity are supposed to be applied across the whole board. So basically, we are not just looking at the issue of the organ.
It is more than that.
And many people have focused on that, you know, and we have actually built a huge industry, a huge money-making industry on that particular event, than building a human person who will become an industrious man, a diligent man, a value-adding man in the global village.
From what I hear you saying, that there is a process that eventually, should we say, is marked by the physical act of circumcision.
Yeah.
Now, if you're saying there's this process that a young man needs to go through, in this modern day and age, is there a manual for it? Is there a curriculum? I mean, is this something that somebody understands and knows they must go through before they get to that point? Because you're not circumcised and then you go through the lessons. You are taught the lessons, and then when you're ready, then you are circumcised. Who is it that determines what is in this curriculum? Who is it who are appointed or selected to be the people who impart this knowledge? How do they do it, and how do you ensure that there's uniformity of understanding? Now, I'm being clinical here because I'm actually talking purely from an educational perspective and how we do formal learning. Now, this could be informal learning. And if it's informal, how do we go about it? Because what its intended purpose is stated as is good. So, if you don't achieve the intended purpose, then the good that you purport to want to see will not be achieved. Yes.
Okay, maturing a man is not something that you can do it in 1 week.
No.
It's something that...
it's a life process.
It's a life process. The problem that we are having today is because the people who have the responsibility of maturing their sons or their daughters, they are hands off. People are busy. Parents are so busy doing probably other things, looking for money, adding another plot of land or that, and it is not bad. But there is a primary responsibility that I believe God has given humanity, that you have a responsibility of bringing up your own children and maturing them. And that's why, if you look into probably in our traditions, there was that way of having that informal education where men were staying with young boys and women were staying with young girls, and they could develop them and until they come now to the time and a place of circumcision or the passage of light. But today, because of for the formal education, now the parents, they are not having that time. We don't have those grandfathers and those uncles training their sons and daughters. And by the end of the day, you find that the man is not maturing as a man, because the man can only be matured by a man. Just like we say, a doctor can only be trained by a doctor. An engineer can only be trained by an engineer. A teacher will be trained by a teacher. So for a man to be trained to mature as a man, he must be trained by a man. So we cannot say that we have a curriculum, although like now in the Nobleman's Venture, there are things that we have prepared that will be training our young people to become, for those who will be enrolled in our curriculum or in our training. Our training will not only be those 10 days of circumcision. When one register, will take down from now up to 18 years. That's the time of our training. And we'll be bringing different people, media personalities, consultants, CEO of companies, so that they can impact and mentor our young people.
You know what I'm hearing here is a conversation about raising the boy child.
Yes.
The conversation about a boy child has been there now for a while, you know. Is the boy child losing the essence of the boy child? Is the boy child taking a back seat as we talk about affirmative action and all? Are you saying that there are gaps in our society in how we are raising the boy child?
Yes, there are gaps. There are gaps.
Are those gaps that people know and they are ignoring? How do we get to those gaps?
Okay. Some of the people that are raising their sons today, they were also not raised. So that's the gaps start a long way.
So it's a generational issue.
It is a generational issue. It is not something.
How many generations back would you go?
Like now, it could go. Personally, I'm allowed 55 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Our fathers raised us.
Mm-hmm.
There are those people who are between the age of 25 and 45. They cannot really say that they spent time with their fathers.
Those are your younger brothers?
Those are my younger brothers.
Okay. If your father spent time with you, why didn't he spend time with your younger brothers?
It is because of these issues of education, and also there was a great emphasis of the girl child. I think we overemphasized the girl child and we neglected the boy child. And also we have a problem of the single parenting. We have a problem of single parenting. We have people like in our community in the central region, whereby the men have. I think it is even because of this issue of the cut. Because you remember that after the cut, the people now are exposed to sexuality and protected sex and all that. So we have young people, especially of my age, who indulged in sex and they contracted AIDS and all that. Others, we had early pregnancies. And by the end of the day, so that's where the problem started. Yeah. And
how is that different from what was happening in previous years?
In the previous years, they were
Go back, let's say, 60, 70 years, right?
Okay. In the previous years, they were not circumcising very young boys. They were not circumcising the 13, 14, 15 years. They were circumcising over 20 years old. Those boys were already mature and they were ready for marriage. They were ready to go to war. They were ready to take, they were already developed. So they were mature people. The problem is that when we started in the formal education now, the circumcision started at class 8 or class 7, and now it has even gone down to grade 6. You are still telling this young boy that now you are mature because you have undergone through the circumcision. So you still expose this young boy into the same things that we are exposing to those boys who are ready for marriage. You remember, those people who are doing in 60s and early 60s and 50s, they were doing it, and then immediately after circumcision, they were getting married. Now, putting the same responsibility of a mature man to a 12, 13-year-old boy, it is ridiculous.
It's like putting an engine of a lorry into a tuk-tuk.
Yes.
I mean, you expect the tuk-tuk to just burst. But basically, as he's talking about this matter, and I think the whole issue is people are negating their responsibilities. Because the whole issue of parenting has been taken like a casual thing. Just give birth and the child grows. And Mswahili alisema kuzaa sio kazi, kulea ndio kazi. And many people get into parenthood without proper knowledge and skills. They don't have knowledge and skills. They just conceive, or they just plant a seed. A child just is born, and they get mixed up. So the issue of authentic, effective parenting has been abdicated. And sometimes parents believe now that the child has gone to the school, the teachers should take care of that. My job is to pay school fees and all that. So that aspect of not well nurtured and prepared parents has affected. And because earlier on, the people were in a community. There's a way the community did the whole thing, and the child belonged to the community. Our community today is the whole globe. we are living in a borderless society. You know, 1 minute you can see me in Kenya, the next minute I'm in China, the next minute. So how have I been prepared? Do we have people that have that global mentality? You know, raising a global child. And that's the focus of...
but isn't that what schools do? Are the schools not preparing the modern day child to be a global child, to be a global citizen?
In terms of education,
socialization,
in terms
exposure to the other children within you, exposure to other cultures through other media.
In terms of education, yes. But in terms of norms and behavior, and in terms of humanity, that is person is less prepared for that. So there's no specific tailor-made program or course or individuals within the school that have been set there like to mentor the boys. That my work is mentoring these boys, keeping watch over them. The others, I've been a teacher. I'm a teacher by profession. You know, I'm going to class for mathematics, for history, and all that. So that social interaction with this particular child is not there. When I was growing up in primary school, I remember there was a day on Fridays, we would have a sitting under a tree, and a particular man would come, one of the teachers, one of the male teachers. The girls would be put in another corner. And it went to a point that there was separation between the big boys and the smaller boys. And we are being handled by different teachers. And some of those teachers were real role models. You would say, I would like to be like teacher so and so, you know. And we were developed values, and that anytime you'd see a person who is older, of your mother's age or your father's age, you gave him or her the respect of a parent. If you get, you know, those days the vehicles were not as many as they are today. If you are seated in a matatu and an old person got in, you stood up. You know, you give the person the chair. If you are on a narrow path and an older person was coming, you would step aside, you know, and give the person that aspect, respecting the grown-ups. That thing was developed, and that is principle of humanity. Is a principle of respect one another. Do unto others, I would expect them to. These days, unaweza pigwa hata ngeta na mtu tu, and they have no value for
and
you.
Others will laugh.
Yeah, and we also taught if I'm a younger brother and have an older brother, if my father was not there, I gave him my father respect of the father, and he took over to run the family, just like the father would. But you know, those principles of life and operations that are supposed to be used by human beings across the board, they are lacking.
Let's take a break. 27 minutes to 9. We're hosting the two gentlemen in the studio this morning, Dr. Stanley Kamau and Julius Njoroge. They're from an organization called Nobleman Ventures, but they're consultants on family matters and leadership and development. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. And even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2, 3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so it's sunny in Nairobi this morning, highs of 25 and lows of 15. Sunny at 16 in Nakuru with highs of 25 and lows of 14. And we'll see lows of 15 in sunny Nyeri, going to highs of 25. 24 will be the high in cloudy Eldoret. currently at 16 and lows of 13. It's cloudy at 26 in Mombasa with highs of 30 and lows of 24 and highs of 30 and lows of 24 and mostly cloudy Malindi at 27. 22 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 28 and 27 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 21. It's cloudy at 19 in Kampala with highs of 26. 30 will be the high in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 26. It's 15 and sunny in Johannesburg. And at 25, Lagos is cloudy with highs of 32 and highs of 32 in a partly sunny Kinshasa at 24.
Spice up your life.
Traffic is not a problem this morning, especially looking into the city. In and outbound of the city will not be an issue. Of course, we're looking at a lot of movement outside of Nairobi this morning and likely when we come towards the end of this long weekend. Just in case, let us know what may be happening where you are. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue right here with Dr. Stanley Kamau and Julius Njoroge. We are talking about rites of passage for young men and what they should be learning, and then what has become of society because of some of these gaps in what used to happen. Yeah. I want you to take us back, Dr. Kamau. That's why I want to. The communities that used to have rites of passage in whatever form, those that used to have circumcision and others that used to have other rites of passage, what was it that was marking that rite of passage? Was it a training course? Was it a celebration? Was it, marriage identification of a bride for you, move on? Was it enlistment into the military then? What was it?
Okay. Every community had its own structured way of mentorship. For raising, even that aspect of somebody conceiving a child, it was not just a biological outcome. It was something that was thought of, prepared for, and people looked forward to the conception. So both psychologically and emotionally and any other curry, if I'd say that. People were prepared and people looked forward to this child. Because the technology was not there so much that people would know the gender of the child. But this child was waited for. People never just scattered their seeds, like the farmer who went scattering. Men were very responsible on where their seeds are going to be planted. Because this woman I married, or this man that married me, was not just my wife or husband. He or she was within a global societal concept. So the child, when you had somebody is expectant, it became a very big celebration within the whole family and the community. Like for instance, where I come today from Moraga, our governor has said, if you see any woman that is pregnant, there's a special attention because the population is going down. The men that are there, the women are not getting people to. I think there's another one even in Nyeri. If a man is able to impregnate a woman, they are being. So it was a very, very well elaborate activity. So even when this child came, he or she found a system. There are women, there are young women, there are young men, and this person grew within the ranks from one level to another, up to the point that even when the rite of passage or the circumcision took place, this boy had even a mentor that has already been assigned to him, and he or she entered into a certain age group, and they had specific roles at that particular time. But now we have reached a point where those have been disintegrated. There's a lot of disintegration. And the environment we are living in now today is a global environment. You cannot be able to say, like, for instance, in this country, we are living in Kibera. You cannot create a Kikuyu or Luo community within Kibera. Kibera is already a community by itself. So the children that are growing there, sorry to just use that, they should be able to be raised in such a way that they fit within the confines of that community. And the only thing that can happen is that they're able to be shown what are the basic human values that defines a noble man or a noble woman.
Whose responsibility is that?
That's where we are coming in. The people who are supposed to do that are the parents. And the people that are either the older age than them. But we have lived in a society that is disintegrated. Every man for himself. You know, people are learning through either social media or any other. I'm not saying social media is wrong, but they are picking things that are not necessarily palatable with the society that we are living in. So it is the responsibility, one, of like men. Men must take full responsibility that we have to raise a generation of other men that are value-based, people that are stable, people that are industrious. Like if the four of us here, the values that we have, we should be able to see that are being inculcated to the next generation. So it becomes a generational transfer from one generation to another. And the values we are talking about here and beliefs are those that cut across.
Doesn't that take away the responsibility, or doesn't that gender say that we need to entrench this responsibility among parents? Yes. Because if we talk about, because I mean, even yesterday in one of the conversations that we had, it was stressed upon, you know, just from comments that, you know, the boy child has then been neglected in terms of raising this boy into a man. Should the attention not be put back to family members? Doesn't matter if it's a one-parent family. Should that not be impressed upon parents? We're talking about then going back to a system whereby parents were responsible for the upbringing of a child. That's one part. And then secondly, I'm going back to that area. What was a rite of passage, such as circumcision, supposed to do from the very beginning? Yeah. And that process still goes on till today. But are we saying that we lost the very essence of the origin of this process?
I think we need to all agree that it is the responsibility of the parents and in the confine of the family to bring up their own children. You cannot leave that responsibility to the government or to teachers or to the society. It is your sole responsibility to bring up your child. You know, we normally say when a child is born, this is a gift.
It's a blessing.
It's a blessing. It's a gift, and it is a blessing from the Almighty God. And we also say that that child is an inheritance. One, he inherits you when he is young. You help him to mature. And at the same time, you are the one who will inherit that person later. And it is very, very important for people to remember, for parents to remember. It is good that you are making money wherever you are buying land and all that. But when you grow old, you go back to your children, you go back to family. The most important thing in this world is the family. That even after we have work, we have done all things in the evening, we'll go back to our family. Or even when we retire, we go back to the family. If even presidents, when they retire, they go back to their family and their children take care of them. So it is very, very important for us to understand that concept. That the reason why you are bringing up this child is because one day you will depend on him. Like me, I'm staying with my mother-in-law in my house. You know, we cannot leave that responsibility to workers. We can, because she is now old, she needs all attention. She has to stay with her daughter or a close member of the family. So it is very, very important. And sometimes when I look at her, I imagine myself when I will be 90 years. What will be happening? Do I have children who will be able to take care of me the way I'm taking care of my mothers? You know, that's something that should sink into our mind. It is our responsibility to bring up our children, because at one time they will also take care of us. And if you don't take care of that children, I normally tell people, if you don't take care of your children, that child will be taking care of you. You'll need a pamper. If you don't train them how to do it, you will be the one who will be messing up with yourself. So it is very, very important for us to know it is not government's responsibility, it's not school responsibility, it's not teachers' responsibility. Actually, like the way the curriculum they are handling today, they may not have that good time for mentoring your son or mentoring your girl. It is your sole responsibility. The other thing that she asked is about what were the responsibility. It doesn't mean that because now you have been cut, you have been given some responsibilities. The responsibilities come with maturity. As one matures, that's how responsibilities come. Even cleaning, washing dishes, you see girls learning to do that or learning to take care of their sisters or their brothers. It comes with maturity. And that's why we are emphasizing that parents should take responsibility to mature their children, because when they mature their children, the children will automatically take responsibilities.
No, you're making it sound like that they don't. Like parents have completely abdicated this responsibility to somebody else.
To some extent, yes. I can say that.
To what extent? 40%, 60%?
I can even go to 70%. You know, bringing up
to whom have they left this responsibility?
Now, bringing up a child is not just giving them food. Anything that can be done by another person is not the great thing. Today, people take responsibilities like buying clothes, paying school fees, feeding them. That's not what. That's what is important, because even orphanage are doing the same. But there is that issue of presence, like for fathers. We have very many absentee fathers. Some even are still in the house, but they are still absent.
They're absent.
Their presence is not
They are physically present,
Yeah.
but any other kind of absent.
Yeah. There is very important. Children, when they are growing up, they need the presence of their father. We also need to understand that fathers are the priest in the house. Many fathers have left that responsibilities to pastors, to imam, to the spiritual leaders.
To the priests.
But you are the priest. You are the first priest. Yeah, you are the first. You are the one who should show your children God. They should know you
Awaken their spirituality.
awakening their spirituality. It is the work of the parents to awaken the spirituality. But now you realize that we have left our responsibility or showing our children their relationship with God to other people. You see, there is issue of provision. Provision, when we talk of provision, many people think it is about bringing bread on the table. But provision is a two word which is pro and vision. It is the father's work to show the vision. You are the one who is supposed to tell your child, when I gave birth to you, this is what I saw. This is what I saw in you. But today, it is the teachers who are discovering through CBC who this child is. It's not the father. When the father gave birth to this guy, to this boy, actually, most of them, they even realize that there is a son, probably when the mother is 5 months pregnant or something. Some of even they don't know whether they impregnated somebody. So I tend to think it is. We have left that responsibility. When I'm talking of 70, even I'm being nice.
You're being very nice.
Yes.
Why do you think this is so? Why do you suppose parents have left this responsibility?
Because that is the reality.
Why? What has made them abdicate this responsibility?
I think it is because of the competition. People want to go out there, they make money. People want to go there and acquire more land.
Surely, are you saying that you cannot acquire land, accumulate more material things, and at the same time be a parent?
You can.
So the question is, what has brought about this dislocation that you're speaking of?
If I would chip in, is there has not been a deliberate intention and a curriculum to train parents. If somebody is going to be a driver, for instance, he goes to a driving school. You know, if you're going to be a pilot, you go to
pilot school.
To pilot school. If you're in media, you go to media school. Where is parenting school? So there has not been deliberate intention, one, by the society itself, and two, by the government.
How did it used to happen? Nobody really
where were the
thought-
schools?
Yeah, where were the schools?
The
Nobody
schools
really
have
thought.
by the way, they've always existed.
Voila.
Parenting school has always existed.
This is how did it used to happen?
It is. In fact, what is describing is a result of parenting.
Yes.
That what you're seeing being manifested is what they have learnt. Everything that we're saying. See, the learning process, forget the Western concept of formal and informal learning for a second and ask yourself, how do we learn as human beings? The best mode of learning is by example.
And observation.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
by
it.
yeah.
We gather data by observing and we're learning. So if
by observation, by listening,
yes,
and by somebody deliberately taking initiative,
yes,
to train you.
So there's that bit. There's the bit of observation and hearing and participating, but then there's a deliberate system that knew that you need to do this.
Yes.
The sitting down by the fire and the elders are telling stories, that was deliberate.
Yes.
And it was training.
Yes.
The walking around with the young man behind you and showing them this tree is good, this tree is bad, that was training. The beating up because you have done this and the other to your siblings, that was training. So we still continue the observation, but we left this deliberate bit.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Yes.
So why did we leave the deliberate bit?
And that's why we are emphasizing here that actually, even in our organization, the greatest thing is not you bring that child to us. The biggest thing to us is telling you, Father, go back home. Go and take responsibility. Your presence is needed at home. Even your wife needs your presence. Your daughter needs your presence. Take time and have time with your daughter. There are some daughters who have never been taken out by their fathers. So the first date they get is from another man. And that's why they think that this man is of more, values me more than my father. You know, probably a father can can take another lady out for a date. But to their daughters, to some communities, it is a taboo. You can't go. How can you go out with your daughter? It's not good. How can you go out with your mother? Yeah, you know, these are the things that we are trying to tell the parents. Go back home. Your presence is needed, and sometimes your presence will be. You'll be there. You even don't have to talk, but your presence will order things aloud. You see? Because when children knows that our father is near, our father is hearing, our father is observing, they will learn how to behave, and that's how we grew up in our time of 70s and 80s. That's how we grew up. So the biggest problem that we are having today is that people have left their own responsibilities and they are attaching other things which are also equally important. We are not saying that those other things that we are doing, they are not important. It is important for us to come up here early in the morning. It is important that you have to wake up very early in the morning and you go to work. But it is also important for you to know that when I am coming back, my daughter needs to see me, my son needs to see me. We need to have a balance. What we are trying to say here is that we need to have a balance.
Do you think that perhaps this situation that we currently find ourselves in, at a certain point in time, was nudged along by a great need by our people to be westernized?
Yes.
So that the things that we are referring to, which were traditionally the way in which we conducted ourselves, even when we assumed faiths that had not originally been ours,
yes,
but our traditions remained intact. Now, when the need to be westernized became at the forefront, do you think, because even now, if you look at very many people who are younger than you or younger than I, that seems to be the greater push to be westernized, to be global, if I may use the term you're using.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the greatest thing, because in those days we are talking of 60s and 70s, people did not know much about the global or the world. They had no greater exploration. We were just reading in the books. Our fathers did not even have needs to go to Uganda or even to go to close the border. They didn't have that.
They didn't even have the need to come to Nairobi.
They didn't even have the need to come to Nairobi.
Yes.
But now, for us, we want to be out there. Yeah. Even as time goes by, our sons, they have discovered so many countries. They are even interacting. There is online training and all that. There is even online teaching and all that. They can even graduate in a school in America while they are still in Kenya. So, yeah, we didn't have those things as when we were in school. We didn't have those. You had to physically be in class. So that need of being westernized or being easternized, because still also Asia is also coming up very well, is an issue. People just want to go out. They just want to go to Nairobi. They want to go to the city.
Okay.
Yes.
Stanley, you said, so we've got to accept the reality of today. And the reality of today is that we are in a global village.
Yes.
So you want us to still do things according to this small part of the village. But what do the other people in the other parts of this global village do?
Yeah, and that.
How do the parents in the West and the East bring up their children?
Basically, thank you so much. But what I'm alluding to, or what I'm focusing on, like if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, they cut across, the issues of family and all that. So we are talking about a deliberate intention. Like when it came to girl-child empowerment, it was all across the globe. One voice, one deliberate action taken by women. Now it is the time. That's why we are calling it nobleman ventures. There must be a deliberate group of men that will venture out and be able to raise a man that has a stand and has values that define exactly this is the global, godly male man. Because a child is born. But a man is built, is developed. You are born a male biologically, but you become a man by deliberate development and empowerment. So there should be men, and I believe this is the hour that the men across, so that the man we construct on the face of the earth is a man that can exist well in Nigeria, in Uganda, everywhere, because they are basic principles
that link to this.
That link to that and beliefs and values.
Stanley, respond to those who are listening to you and hearing. Yeah. This man is just fighting and promoting patriarchy.
When we were doing girl childhood, we were not promoting matriarchalism. So it's basically, we have two hands. You can't say because I'm developing this hand, this one should not be developed. So even when we go to the gym, we do training on both hands, unless you have one.
Yeah.
But now we have two. We have the girl child, and we have the boy child. We have the male. So if one when my father was with me, he told me, if you fatten one dog, it will one day eat the other one. So we have to fatten both dogs. So we have to really empower both so that none of them is left unbalanced. Yes.
And we have to agree that we are already in a crisis because the men are not there. We have to agree.
No, wait, just...
Men are not where?
Okay, where are they? Okay, let me
I
come
can
again.
see 4 men in this room.
Yeah.
So when you
maybe
say
they are 4 males.
They are female. Okay.
No, I'm actually saying men, not male. 4 men.
Okay.
What do you mean?
What I'm saying,
Yes.
out there is a great cry. For actually, the cry is even coming from the women themselves, because men are in alcoholism. They are in drug and substance abuse. You hear in Molanga, the governor is saying that he will reward someone. In Ukraine, where I come from, there is the same thing. That's where I come from. There is an MCA who is paying.
So men are absent.
Yes.
They could be,
we have to
could
agree.
be seeing males.
And that is
Males, yes.
Yeah, and
Males
that is
could
a
be there.
crisis.
The containers could be there.
Yeah.
And the content.
And that's a crisis. And,
We can have a container of a male, but inside that content is
empty. Empty.
Empty. Because it has
Asanteni.
lacked its understanding of it.
Asanteni for being here. Dr. Stanley Kamau and Julius Morage from Nobleman Ventures will be talking about raising the boy child. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning to you. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Thousands of people have thronged in Kericho Green Stadium ready for the Mashujaa Day celebrations despite the cold and rains being witnessed in the area. The crowds started to pour into the stadium as early as 1 a.m. and by 7 a.m. the 10,000-seater Kericho Green Stadium was full. However, a stampede was witnessed at the entrance of Gate C where 6 people ended up being injured and were rushed to Kericho County Referral Hospital. As the nation celebrates Mashujaa Day, some peace activists in Trans Nzoia County have urged the government to set aside a special fund to support the heroes who are still alive and living in poverty, led by Pius Arap Kauka, who is one of those who were awarded by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta due to his efforts to preach peace. He's urged the government to handle challenges of the high cost of living, poverty and health crisis in order to better the nation.
Leo hii ni siku ya muhimu sana ambayo tunakumbuka wazee wetu ambayo walipigania nchi hii, na sisi kama ambao tunakaa Trans Nzoia, na mimi ningependa kutoa mwito kwa serikali iangalie pia sisi ambayo tumefanya hii kazi kwa hiyo muda yote, na serikali iangalie mashujaa kama sisi ili tuwe tunapewa hata kitu kidogo, kwa sababu tumekaa maisha ile ya upweke kabisa na tulipigania nchi hii. Hata ukiona amani ambayo iko, sisi ndio tulileta huu amani na tunaendelea.
Mashujaa Day celebrations will be unique this year as President William Ruto will officially launch the Universal Healthcare Plan. The UHC program aims at achieving quality and affordable health services for all Kenyans. Soon after launching the program, the President will unveil 100,000 community health promoters who will be deployed to various parts of the country. The move comes a day after President William Ruto signed into law 4 health bills, which are the Social Health Insurance Bill, Digital Health Bill, Primary Healthcare Bill, and the Facility Improvement Financing Bill, which were passed by the National Assembly on Tuesday.
We have reached a pivotal moment in our quest to reshape our healthcare delivery system. Today, 4 crucial bills for the implementation of universal healthcare have become law. These laws, together with various policies, strategies, and regulations that will be subsequently implemented, including the community health policy and primary health care and health financing strategies, will lay the firm foundation for the biggest change in our healthcare system ever witnessed.
Apart from ensuring that Kenyans get better health services, the President says the program will also see the standard of public hospitals improved.
This administration will not undermine our county governments, and that this administration supports fully county governments in the discharge of their responsibility on health and their mandate on health, and that we are going to work together to make sure that counties succeed, because when counties succeed, Kenya succeeds.
Health CS Susan Nahumicha has welcomed the plan, saying it's a big stride in improving health services, especially for expectant women and children.
As a woman, as a mother, as somebody with health information or who has been in the sector, this is the day that the doctors say that the mother who is pregnant is quickening. We have started now kicking as a ministry, because we know that with the social health bill that you have now ascended into law, we are going to move forward, Your Excellency.
The signing of the bills and finally the implementation of the laws means that the National Health Insurance Fund will no longer be used. Technical University of Kenya lecturers have withheld students' exam results in protest over delayed salaries. The protesting lecturers were forced into action following a delay in September salaries. University Registrar Hesbon Nyagoya has attributed the delayed payment to constraints in cash flow, further requesting staff members to remain patient during this challenging situation. The protests come 2 months before a graduation ceremony for both degree and diploma students slated for December 19th. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so let's look at traffic coming into Kericho County this morning and from Nairobi. And we're starting to see a buildup of traffic. That's actually interesting because there's quite some as you get right into the heart of Kericho town. And then we're also looking at the Kericho Kapusa Road, and that's getting into town itself, as well as the Kisumu Busia Road, which also finds its way into Kericho town. There's a lot of movement there this morning. This is to be expected as President wakes up to Mashujaa Day and then gets into those celebrations in the county. So we're expecting more traffic so if you're heading in that direction, there's a slow movement into the city, or into the town, and so you watch out for that. If we come back to Nairobi, not much going on here, and we're just seeing some movement here and there through Nairobi. Let's keep an eye on things and see how they pan out. SpiceFM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to
love the Situation Room today and this week. And we thank you very much for keeping it locked. Happy Mashujaa Day wherever you are. Those who are going into Kericho, enjoy everything. And those who are sitting back at home and you're wondering, what do I see? What do I watch? And you missed the 6 episodes so far of Kasiri on Maisha Magic Plus. Please, you can catch up on it. Just dial *423#. That's *423#. Download my DSTV or my GoTV app. If you have subscribed to DSTV, you can then get to watch, or you can then subscribe and you catch up with this show, Kasiri on Maisha Magic Plus. It airs Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. on DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 3, Maisha Magic Plus. So today, among the things that will be happening in Kericho, of course, is the commemoration of this year's Mashujaa Day, but also alongside that will be the national launch of universal health coverage, which is what President William Ruto has been gearing towards and saying we have got to go here. Yesterday, he signed several bills into law. Those bills were taken to Parliament in fact, these are like the fastest bills that have gone in and out of Parliament. Way
out quick.
My friend, just the other day we talked about there's a confusion. Now we have 3 bills that are separate, that are breaking down NHIF into 3. There's another bill that you will talk about, digital. Kidogo. Ruto is signing them into law. One of the people who processed those bills is member of the Health Committee of the National Assembly, the MP for Kitutu Chache South.
Yes.
Anthony Kibagende, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Happy Mashujaa Day to you too. That's a nice outfit you have there.
Oh, thank you.
Uniform ya wapi? Ya which team?
Hii ni uniform ya Kenya team.
Kenya
on
team.
Mashujaa Day.
Team Kenya. Okay.
Team Kenya on Mashujaa
Team Kenya. Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs have been from the Republic of Rwanda.
Yes. A large eye does not mean keen vision.
A large eye does not mean keen vision. Kibagendi, what's your interpretation of this?
The interpretation of this is that it is not necessarily that it is the story of like David and Goliath. Even if you're big, it does not mean that you have the energy or muscle to deal with situations. And if you look at the eye, some of the most gifted animals in the planet that can see things from very long distances is an eagle, and you know how far it flies and still can see rodents and animals down on earth, or even in the sea or in the lakes. So indeed, I don't know how to put it, but that is my interpretation.
Okay. It's very well interpreted. Really.
It's a good perspective.
Very.
Yes.
With live examples.
Practical examples.
Yes.
With the aid of clearly labeled diagrams.
Yes. We can see.
Very good.
In Kiswahili is amechora map.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Proper.
Yeah.
Mheshimiwa,
yes.
As a member of the Health Committee, you processed those bills that were signed by the President yesterday.
Yes, although they were altered at some point, but we did.
Yeah.
And this is a game changer. Yes.
How many bills are we talking about?
There are 3.
Number 1?
There's the primary healthcare. You know, there is including the KDA, the Kenya Drugs Authority, that adds a lot of flesh to what the president is pushing. The Social Health Insurance Fund Authority bill, which is now law, and then we have the digital health, which also was signed yesterday. And this is indeed a major transformation in our health sector, and this will be a game changer if it can be adhered to. Although there are 1 or 2 things that, as we proceed with the discussion, that you'll realize are not in good faith, that are in the Social Health Act. Of course, now the Social Health Authority. As we proceed, you'll realize there are 1 or 2 things that I totally do not agree with, because they'll be messing up what we have tried to run away from. And so, as I've said, this is a step in the right direction if we can actually decide to do the job.
If we can actualize them.
Yes.
As the president was, after he signed them into law, he said the enactment of these laws, the Primary Health Act 2023, Primary Healthcare Act, the Digital Health Act, the Facility Improvement Financing Act, and the Social Health Insurance Act provide legal and institutional framework for a new dawn in our healthcare system. But let's just begin with how quickly these laws went through Parliament. Was there any change that made Parliament actually deal with these laws within a period of, what, is it 4 months or less?
If you want me to be truthful, the motivation behind the speed is personal interests.
Whose?
The executive. If you look at the Social Health Authority, there's one place, there's a clause where they want to declare all staff at NHIF redundant, which is very unfair. They are seeking to get job opportunities for their cronies, like they've always done. And that is an area that we disputed. The entire committee, those of us in Azimio and those in Kenya Kwanza. In committees, we don't fall in those brackets. We try to work as a team. And that is one area that we had an issue with.
Yeah, but let's tell that area of it, because we even asked ourselves that question. So this is under the new bill, the one that is the Social Health Insurance Act, right?
Yes, yes.
So the Social Health Insurance Act creates a new authority.
It is a totally new authority, and NHIF needs to fold in the next one year.
Okay. What is this new authority? How is it structured? Does it have a board? Does the board have representatives from workers, from employers, from the ministry and so on, and from the medics? Because currently NHIF has, on the board of NHIF, we have employers are present, workers' unions are represented, the Kenya Medical Association is represented, and then, of course, the government, various government departments. This new entity, how does it look like?
First, my thought was, and I mentioned this to the chairman and even majority leader, to the CS, the PSS, there was no need of creating a new authority. What we needed was to improve NHIF service delivery and create directorates for all these funds that have been created so that we continue running with NHIF. If there are elements within NHIF that are corrupt, people that do not do their job, people that are involved in fraud, those are the individuals that need to be picked out and sent home. And you realize a majority of the people that are involved in fraud within NHIF, if there is any, are people that have been appointed by especially the executive. Now, the new authority has the same representation. We have representatives from, of course, the ministry, from the workers, from the medical practitioners, and all the same way we had within NHIF. And the board there has been given a bit of more power in terms of the operations of that particular authority.
Okay.
But again, there are areas within that act where, because of the speed, we were glossing over, and everything was, in terms of regulations, some that were supposed to be in the law, you leave it to the regulations. The regulations will be passed by the CS, by the Cabinet Secretary for Health and stuff like that, which, again, was inappropriate. The other thing that necessitated the supersonic speed, again, on personal interests, there's a clause where this authority, the main responsibility of NHIF or any medical insurance is around approvals, where they call Eric Latiff is sick, he's here in our facility, we would like to treat him. Is his card up to date? And what are the limits for, that is one. And the other one is claims, where we again call...
it's called the Claims Management Office.
Yes. So the claims office, those are the main, the core mandate of NHIF or any social medical insurance. But you know what? They decided that will be outsourced to private entities.
But Shimiwa, we seem to be reducing the whole idea of universal health coverage, which essentially is being launched today.
Yes.
And that was then given impetus or given drive by these 3 bills.
Yes.
4 bills that will then work out how universal health coverage will be delivered. We seem to be reducing all of this down to personal interest, as opposed to coverage that is going to sort out healthcare services and the access of it to Kenyans at large.
When I started, I said this will be a game changer. This is transformational. However, from my school of thought, I realized it was not necessary to create all this. This would have been directorates, like I've said. Yeah, but again, when we look at it critically, Eric was asking me why was there the extreme speed, and those are some of the things I'm trying to explain. One is creation of jobs for
But why the speed? I mean, they could still take 6 months and still pass the bills and get the jobs.
Yeah. Number two, it is the personal interest in terms of their agencies and brokerage companies and insurance companies to get the co-mandate of this authority. That is what they have not spoken to anywhere in these newspapers or anywhere for any citizen to get to understand.
Mashujaa, you're not convincing.
Yes.
Those two don't justify...
Don't necessarily even agree.
Justify speed. Because as long as you'll get that thing passed, even if it comes and stays in Parliament for 6 months, you will still have your private entities if that was the ultimate goal.
Time is reducing. You know, we have 5 years before the contract can expire for those in power. Yeah? That is why this was being accelerated.
Every day counts.
Every day counts. And I'm telling you, this was of extreme interest from the powers that be, where you get phone calls, you get we had to stay out long hours to try and do this. But the major things that we said as a committee, you have to remove, number one, the CEO's, what can I call, qualifications were somewhat geared towards some individual. That one we removed because they'll still appoint whoever they wanted. But I can tell you the way,
Could you pause for a second? I'm interested in this. Is there a standard required qualification for somebody who heads an institution such as this one?
Yes.
And if it is, what is it?
Now, number one, this is about management. It is not necessarily that you must have knowledge on health and stuff like that. No. Initially, they had said must be an advocate of the High Court, must be this. So we wondered, why should an advocate? That is, now that one we managed to strike it off. And then the other thing, like I was telling you, was the second thing was investing of these funds when they are in excess. Yeah? We managed to strike that out.
When can funds for a health insurance be in excess?
No way. There is no way. And that is why we have a problem with NHIF. Sometime in May, June, most Kenyans were getting to facilities and then they are turned away by facilities because NHIF had not paid those facilities.
They had pending bills.
Pending bills. Now, NHIF that time was trying to run around to liquidate their assets so that they are able to pay these particular bills. And that is why we said as a committee, this particular one of investing, sometimes it can be up to 50 billion. We said no. Please let the money stay in that account, and that opens avenues. The investment bit opens avenues for people to even steal further. So we said let the money stay there. When facilities need any payments, it is fast-tracked. That is one. Number two, sometimes we can have a pandemic, like what we had, the COVID. That time, you cannot know when that can happen. So again, the authority can have funds to take care of all this. And that one, we managed to strike it out. And it was again being proposed that some of these partners, the insurance brokerage companies and insurance companies, were supposed to help them with the investment. And then they went on to say the authority shall outsource not more than 5 companies to do the what I call the approvals
and the claims
management. And again, there we had a problem. We said, why do you have to outsource this? If you want data analysts, if you want actuaries, all these people, you can employ them as an authority. Yeah? Because a fraction of that fund goes into administration. Why do you have to outsource this particular? And this is the main thing for this authority. And we struck it off. But
so now, as it has been passed,
the report was altered. The report was altered.
Where? In plenary?
Our committee report was altered.
By?
No.
Wait.
Okay. By whom?
So the final report that was now presented to plenary for the third reading was altered.
It was altered.
With your signature on it.
And quickly passed because of the the numbers, the tyranny of numbers that we've been experiencing,
Sorry.
Was it presented with your signature on it?
I don't know, because my signature, each report we do, you have to sign that you are in that meeting.
Yes.
But I can tell you our report was altered.
How do you
Because
know this?
how do I know? Because it did not come out as we discussed in the committee. And again, it was all members, by the way.
Okay.
When I say all members, it means those in
Kenya
Kwanza and those in Azimio.
Can I ask? So, in the event that something like this happens, because this is critical stuff that we're talking about here,
Yes.
to have committees, essentially committees discuss issues that they feel are that obviously are of national importance, and then when you go about for things like bills like this, it's going to talk about the future of a particular
Yes.
sector, and we're talking about health here. So, if we're saying that, then recommendations that were made, discussed, and agreed upon, then go into a report, right?
Yes.
The report then is taken and it's assented to by all, and then it moves on to the next stage. What you're saying here essentially is that there were items that were either
There were
removed or
clauses,
tinkered with,
yes.
or they were removed in their entirety.
Yes.
And the final product was then brought forward. Did
Yes.
you see the final product?
We saw the final product.
Okay, now upon sight of the final product, did you raise?
We raised
an
this
alarm
with
saying
the speaker. We raised it, and we were quickly summoned and still did not agree in the office of the majority leader. We did not agree. And like it is always a norm with their chest thumping, he told us it will pass. You don't have the numbers. And that is what happened. Outsourcing this core mandate is theft. There is no other word for that.
Let me ask you. Is the thinking not like in the insurance? In the insurance sector, key roles have been broken down into three.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a fund manager. Who are the others? There's one that runs, the
claims.
the records and claims, and then there's one who runs the investment. Fund manager just keeps the money. The one who runs investments invests that money.
Why don't you do it within the authority?
But it is working well in the insurance sector, isn't it?
But in the insurance sector, it is a private entity. There is no part they outsource to the government.
Even in SSF, we have the three.
And that is why
SSF works with the three tier. There fund manager, there is investment, and there's that. So what's wrong with this
NSSF,
insurer?
NSSF,
the social
you cannot
health
compare NSSF.
Insurance fund. doing the same.
NSSF is totally different. These are pension funds that are waiting, for people to retire. And actually, we are not even paying retirees because the funds have been embezzled. Now, NSSF is totally different. This is social health insurance.
Yes.
This is not an investment arm. This is an insurance arm that is focusing on supporting the masses with social health.
And the two things that have really affected NSSF over the years are those: the claims management and the approvals management.
Yes.
Those are the things, that's where collusion happens.
Yes.
Within NSSF.
NHIF. Yes.
Within NHIF.
Yes.
That's where the problem, when you talk about fraud in the system,
it is culture.
There.
Yes. So you think
this one,
it is prudent
because
to
you have
take
seen
this
it working
to
elsewhere.
a private entity
To perpetuate the same thing.
You think they will? This is going to stop?
Yes.
It is about culture. It is about individuals. It is about integrity of individuals that we are going to have in those offices. And let me ask you. By the way, I continue to insist. Why do you want to outsource? Because this is the main subject of this authority. Forget about all these others, collection of funds and all this. It is the approvals and claims management. That is the core mandate of the authority. But it has been quickly outsourced. And initially they said 5 companies. And I'm sorry to say, I don't want to say that here, but I already knew.
Which 5?
Yeah. So what did they do? We said we don't want anything to do with this outsourcing. Do you know what they did? They went on to say the claims committee may outsource the particular aspect.
These functions.
Yes. They may outsource. Now they did not even put the number of the companies that are going to get. I believe, I hope you have one that can also
tender.
They
can outsource it to 20 companies, which will even become more difficult to manage.
Yes.
When it's 5, it's okay.
5?
Maximum of 5.
Why should it go out? That is what I'm trying to ask you. Why should you take this?
But when you asked the question, was it responded to? Were you told why they were outsourcing?
Yes.
No, you know, when we were initially at the formative stages, I was asking the advisors, why are you outsourcing? They said this has been the biggest problem in NHIF. I asked them, what is the problem? A bulk of, and if you look at it, by the way, the theft or the claims management, the media sometimes exaggerates the problem. Because look here, some of the hospitals they claim that have defrauded NHIF are specialized hospitals. Specialized hospitals, if you're dealing with bones, for example, you do hip replacements, you do kneecap replacements, you do border guys, you repair their bones. The amounts of money you will be paid cannot be compared with a hospital that is doing general. You understand? Because hip replacement is about 500,000 shillings. Kneecap replacement is 300,000 shillings. Now you get an orthopedic hospital, mobilizes doctors from across the country that are in that field. They get people from clients from across the country. You deal with let's say 10 to 20 clients a day. That is 4-5 million in a day. Now if you do that for 30 days, it's all that money. Now the media says, look at this hospital called X. Why are they being paid 200 million shillings? They do not look back at what actually makes them earn that.
What adds up to that 200 million?
Yes. Now you find there's a hospital, let's say like Tenwek Hospital in Bomet, one of the most specialized hospitals. They do very serious orthopedic work. They deal with the heart, and it is serving the whole of South Nyanza and the whole of South Rift. You find that they are being paid 17 million, and it becomes a big issue. But if you go back and look at what they were doing, it is actually what they're supposed to be paid. Now, however, there are some claims officers at the branch levels that collude with some hospitals and inflate. It is staff from NHIF that aid. If you're supposed to be paid, let's say 75 million, they put it at, let's say 86. And then they know how to share it from down there all the way to the top. Now, that is where there's a problem.
So now why you need now to have multi-level,
there's no
approval process.
Yeah, they are multi-level approval process.
No. Multi-level approval process does not cure that disease.
Not
it is the bureaucracy.
You create one entity, your job is to do these claims. Then somebody else will look at.
And that is why you create a directorate.
That's the one that's been stealing. Boy.
No. Now we have the current acting CEO at NHIF. We have a new CEO.
Yeah.
The acting CEO has been head of claims and is doing a fantastic job. Things have turned around. Why did we have now to deal with it now when things are turning around? Yeah.
So
and each time, another problem with NHIF and why this happens is because when we are recruiting officers to NHIF, instead of looking at Eric Latiff has been in the media for this period, he needs to grow through this, they quickly look for cronies and friends from out there who have been, let's say, in a banking sector to come and take care of Eric Latiff's jobs here. You understand? Now that is where, and they are quickly compromised, and quickly because they report to those in the executive that are putting them there to steal, to help them steal this money. Yeah.
Again, the reason why you need to bring in specialized companies that
In fact,
specialized companies.
I'm thinking more reason why you should actually outsource.
Absolutely no way.
Because the stink inside is too much.
Because this thing is just stinking.
Rotating inside there.
These are public funds. These are public funds. It is like KRA outsourcing their core mandate to G4S to go and collect for them taxes. That is what you're saying.
Maybe they should consider
But haven't they just done that? You see, the KRA acquired policemen the other day.
They have
security
they have hired people with paramilitary training.
Exactly.
Not
That's
outsourced.
G4S.
Actually, KRA training, including for ordinary staff, they all go through paramilitary training. Yes.
That's why they're like that. Let's take a break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Wadau mko ready kuona magic? Nasema wadau mko ready kuona magic? Haya basi, msiblink juu sasa tumefungulia Magic na Maisha Magic Plus. Watch all the best local entertainment kama Njoroge, Uba, Salem na the all new shows Kasiri and Zari. Tumefungulia Magic. Maisha Magic Plus is now on DSTV Access channel 163 and GoTV Plus channel 3. Karibu boma ya local.
All right, looking at sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, it's going to go to highs of 25 and lows of 15. Cloudy at 19 in Nakuru with highs of 25 and highs of 25, and partly sunny conditions at 19 in Nyeri. 19 and cloudy in Eldoret with highs of 24. And looking at fine weather in Kericho this morning as well, going to highs of 22. Mostly cloudy at 27 in Mombasa with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 in Malindi as well, where it's cloudy at 28. 23 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 28, and 27 will be the high in a cloudy Kakamega at 22. 21 and partly sunny in Kampala with sunny conditions at 28 in Dar es Salaam. It's 18 and sunny in Johannesburg, and 26 and sunny in Lagos. Partly sunny at 25 in Kinshasa with highs of 32. I'm looking at 19 in Beijing Friday afternoon. Cloudy conditions after the rain in Paris, and going to highs of 19, and it's cloudy after the rain in London as well, going to highs of 16. It's 16 and cloudy in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 19 and lows of 14.
Welcome to SpiceFm, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, still looking at a busy morning into Kericho town, and that's going to continue for some time as those celebrations are ongoing. Folks are still making their way into town, and if you come back into the capital, not much happening in Nairobi this morning. Looks like it's going to be a quiet day for most of it. See how it happens throughout the day. Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
And the conversation continues with the Honorable Anthony Kibakendi, the MP for Kitutu Chache South and a member of the Health Committee of the National Assembly. We are talking about UHC that's about to be launched by the President today. What are the positives of this new 4 bills? What do they contain? What's this new move?
Number one, you realize most of the public hospitals have been in the same state for ages. So now we'll have what we call the Facility Improvement Fund, which is, these are funds that will be retained by hospitals to improve, renovate or purchase equipment and stuff like that. And even on purchase of equipment, there is standardization that will be done from the procurement entity, which will be KEMSA, which is a major transformation. Where in the past you realize people in Spice would purchase their stuff differently, and then KTN News purchased theirs from Japan. The other ones, purchase it from India. So we have some standardization in terms of where will be the equipment and where they'll be bought from, and even medical products, because KEMSA will be doing bulk purchasing. The other thing is social, what I can call CHVs, the community health volunteers or promoters. That is a major transformation. We always talk about prevention is better than cure. This 100,000 community health promoters will help in dealing with issues from the community level, so that we do not populate or overwhelm our health facilities. You realize when we were growing up, we used to have people who come to the community and tell you, hey, you need to drain this stagnant water so that you deal with the malaria or the mosquitoes that actually cause malaria. You need to slash and clear the grass. You need to boil the water so that you cholera. That is what this particular team will be doing. And for those who are already sick, they'll be ensuring, if you, let's say you have a chronic illness, they'll be ensuring you take your medicine as required. Let's say HIV and AIDS. There are people who sometimes don't gather courage to actually go and pick their medicine from facilities. They'll be able to do that for you. They go and pick and bring it to you to your comfort, where you'll be comfortable to get the medicine. So this will help with prevention. This will help with dealing with the masses that actually go to hospitals. The other thing is that NHIF has been supporting facilities from level 3 going upwards. That means counties have been investing their resources on level 3s, 4s, and 5s. So what is going to happen, and they do that because they are being just systematic, so that those are the only facilities that NHIF will refund them. So you find that the dispensaries and the small medical facilities were never given attention. So now from people, you don't have to walk miles to go to hospitals. Like now in my constituency, if you come from, let's say, Iraganga area, you will be able to be treated at the dispensary level, or you go to Iranda dispensary and use your card, which is a major transformation. The only other thing that I was not too comfortable with is the increase of the amount that we are paying on NHIF to 2.75%. Although it was capped at 5,000, I was like, can we initially adequately and diligently utilize what we are already contributing before you can introduce another amount? That is one. Number two, you have already strained Kenyans with heavy taxes. You don't have to introduce this new deduction to their payslip. It can be introduced at later stages. But again, the more we have in that particular fund, the better, so that you're able to take care of all this. The other thing is on emergency fund. Emergency fund is transformational, whereby if people, let's say, get an accident along, let's say, Valley Road, they don't need to be rushed, all of them, to Kenyatta National Hospital and be on the queue. Others can be taken to Nairobi Hospital, whether you can afford it or not. Others can be taken to Aga Khan or Mpisha and all that. Once they are stabilized is when they'll be taken to a hospital where they can afford. That fund will take care of that particular emergency at that point. Right now, you get an accident, Nairobi Hospital, when you get to the...
Where is money?
They'll tell you deposit 300,000, 500,000. That is not going to happen with emergencies, which is a move in the right direction. Of course, with the chronic illness, mambo cancer, diabetes, HIV and stuff like that, now they have been given attention here.
When you have your
mental health. The mental health has is also a part of what will be taken care of, and even addictions. Wale wamekuwa addicted to drugs can be treated. Addicted to kinywaji, they'll be treated, because those are diseases.
And all of this will be able to, you can access when you present your card, because I imagine a situation where, so all the tiers then, when your card is read, then you'll be able to see what then can be accessed. Like in the event of an emergency that you mentioned, you have this card, they're processing an individual and they know, okay, this is an emergency, this is where we are going to take from.
Yes.
And this will be your balance, essentially,
those balances,
when you are done.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, now for the chronic illness, if you exhaust these others, when you get to the chronic illnesses, theirs is a little expanded. Because you know of the need. Theirs is and we don't have so many of them, and we are hoping going forward, because of the CHVs or CHPs, we'll be able to reduce on a number of these illnesses. You know, something like diabetes, it is about lifestyle. Kisii is one of the most affected, and reason is, in the past, we had land where people could go and till, people were active. And where I live, where my home is like a kilometer away from the tarmac. So when you want to take a matatu, you had to walk that kilometer to the tarmac and back. Nowadays, when you step out of your house, there is a border there. Inactivity. There is no land to till. Inactivity. So that plus the kind of foods we eat, you will end up having problems. Now, the CHVs are also going to talk to the communities about their nutrition. That will help reduce on some of these chronic illnesses. It is transformative. Other than the 1, 2, 3 things that people have ensured are included to purely serve their interests.
Okay. By the end of today, looking at, of course, what's going on now, the end of today, UHC would be launched.
Yes.
Okay. And so then the question then becomes for many a Kenyan is, so what happens? The card that you have now for NHIF, do you still retain the same card? What happens? Do we wait for new cards? Will there be a rollout for everybody in the country? And is this going to be vis-a-vis what you've already paid? Because we're looking at a minimum of 3,300 shillings, maximum of 5,000 shillings. What are we talking about in terms of turnaround time now for this thing to become active?
Now, it will take a year. And in that period, we'll be transitioning into the new authority. We'll, of course, acquire new cards with more
benefits.
With more benefits and more biometric features. Will, of course, be moved to the new authority. And you'll be able... and will be taken through. We'll have a lot of community or public participation programs where people will be taken through and educated on how this is going to work. You know. And by the way, I didn't tell you, NHIF has a piece of land in Karen, 40 acres.
Is it theirs?
That people are salivating.
We must ask.
Do they have?
Do they know that it's
they
there?
They have everything.
Okay.
And that is, and they've been told in 1 year they should have sold all their assets, and the money is deposited with the...
Wait.
Because there is someone who will obviously in that 1 year be able to purchase that piece of land.
Why do they have to sell their assets? Can't they transfer them to the new authority?
That is what we were asking. And even the staff, can they just be moved to the new authority?
We ask those same questions. You know, there's this matter that you spoke of regarding investments. When it comes to matters of investment of money, even with insurance companies, it isn't all cut and dried. Even if it's a government entity, part of the reasons why insurance companies are able to, for instance, pay out whatever it is that their clients have as their dues for having invested, and why it is that medical support systems within an insurance company exist and thrive, is because some money is made. No, you see, the pooling concept of insurance means not everyone is going to fall sick at the same time.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Now, when you make it mandatory, you make it even better, because there'll be even more funds, and you'll be able to sort out even more diseases. Now, I understand the query and the caution about investment, because oftentimes in this country, that's an avenue for looting.
Yes.
Okay? But the principle is not negative, especially if you say that the investment must be in these quarters.
That is inappropriate. You know, insurance companies like Britam are out to profiteer. whether ethically or unethically. Their purpose of existing is to make profits. The Social Health Insurance Fund is not supposed to make profits.
Okay.
Its sole purpose is to deal with the issues, health of the public.
What about NSSF? They invest.
NSSF, the reason they invest, and into the future, I think it is not appropriate if they are not investing in, let's say, the housing projects, which will guarantee them returns. Yeah. NHIF, like I've told you, in the past, we've had problems where the citizens go to hospitals and they're turned away. Reason is NHIF doesn't have liquid cash in their accounts. So they have to run around trying to liquidate their assets. You see, that for me is improper. And sometimes there's a time we had the corona, COVID. That period, again, NHIF was overwhelmed. So what we are saying is this: so that we don't get there, just let this money stay. And if it is in excess, what you do, increase on the opportunities that Kibagendi can get from having this card.
It's even the excess factor, even I don't understand. Because money which is intended to cater for illnesses don't tell you in advance that they are coming.
Yes.
Some of them are emergencies. Some of them are whatever.
Absolutely.
But my point was this. The aspect of investment, even for government. Right now the government is issuing bonds, isn't it? The banks invest in those bonds. They are there to make profit. But it isn't just profit. They have shareholders. Now,
we
pension
don't have
funds
shareholders in social health insurance.
Actually, we do.
The shareholders have intentions not to make profits.
That's precisely where I'm going. Because, I mentioned the pension fund. It was with that in mind. You see, when you save, I'm at the age of 65 now. I should go and collect money from NSSF. Am I going to get that money?
No.
Precisely. Now, did I contribute to NSSF? Yes. Okay. Now, is it that the money wasn't there, or is that the money was invested, or is that the money? No. The money was put in buildings. Many of these buildings went into excess. What was budgeted for the building? So it wasn't
and
just...
this is why I'm saying, when you try to invest, it is an avenue for people to inflate and get cuts. Like right now, for example, if you want to invest, let's say in a bank, you want to give them, let's say 2 billion shillings from NHIF. Do you know what happens? That person will tell you, this will be your commission, this will be your what, and this is what the authority will get. You see, are in those avenues for corruption, are in those avenues for theft. And then if I ask you, once they make that money, that profit, how will they allocate to the citizens?
You know where I'm going with this? I am saying
the investors
our people with their inclination, which you're all familiar with, will... Yes.
Let's call it that. All right.
Yes, we'll find ways of stealing no matter what you do. But when you set perimeters, when you set structures and frameworks, what then happens when somebody does wrong? There's a clear path to what ought to be done. Exactly.
Yes.
Because that shouldn't prevent us from doing something that should be useful. Because pensions are not just supposed to be, I put a shilling and I get a shilling. That's not how it works.
Yes.
I'm supposed to get more.
Yes.
But I can't get more when...
You can't even get what you invested.
Yes. Yeah. in the mythical situation where I actually get something.
Yes.
I'm supposed to get more, but I will never get more if the investments are things like buildings where the cost overruns dominate
Yes. And that is why let's stay with the case of insurance, right? That's why the amendments to the insurance regulatory laws were introduced. So you have the 3-level manager. So you have an investment manager who is not the fund manager, who is not the one who's managing the records. Those are separate. When you separate those functions, then it means that you have some sort of a Chinese wall between them. The fund manager receives the money. All our contributions are received by the fund manager. The investment manager looks into the market and sees where are we likely to get returns. But there are regulations as well. You cannot invest in excess of a certain percentage in a certain sector. If it is going into the securities exchange, up to 30%. You cannot go beyond 30% in anything. That sort of balances out.
Now, if I may ask you.
And then there is that you see, there's that management.
If I may ask you.
Ask.
Now, after they invest, they've made $1 billion shillings.
Yes.
How, all this time we've seen an NHIF invest. Where has the proceeds?
NHIF or NSSF?
NHIF. Where have the proceeds been going?
Okay. So currently, I don't know where NHIF has been investing. I have not seen. Where have they been investing?
Now, we should have put...
Because
they've been
NHIF
investing in bonds, in all this. They have a piece of land, I've told you, that is worth about 40 billion. What I'm trying to say is this. 4 billion or 40 billion. Yeah. Now, let me tell you something. Unless we had put in the law that once this amount is invested, the profits will go into, let's say, a facility.
Yep.
To improve a facility on specialization. Let's say Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, their cancer center. And then the next facility, let's say another facility that is dealing with orthopedic. Another season, eye hospital. Or we share with all the I've seen Singapore do this at the end of every year, where they say we've collected in excess taxes. We are giving everybody $2,000 for Christmas. Yeah. So if they can say once they invest, this amount will be shared amongst the citizens, so that in the preceding month you'll be told, Yako, you have overpaid. You've paid enough in advance. You get. But now that is not going to happen. We are investing these monies for individuals. The returns will be shared amongst a few.
That's because of weaknesses in law, which is why you should have looked at that law clearly to make sure.
And the law, we looked at it and said, do not invest.
Okay, don't invest. But can you have managers for these other functions?
Yes.
Outsource this management.
No, outsourcing is inappropriate. If it is individuals and not robots, that actually the authority cannot buy if they are robots, it is about individuals' integrity. It is about the culture we have built. It is about having competent people, not your cronies, not your friends, running these funds. So that when they mess up, they know the president is not my friend. I will be dealt with.
So you're saying that the folks who are there currently should still retain the responsibility of sorting out these matters, but in the event that you find individuals who've gone rogue, like what you're saying, they should face
the law.
The law.
Yeah, because how many people have faced the law? In NSSF, there are 2-3 fund managers that are in jail right now.
Yes.
Yeah, because they misused public funds.
Yes.
But in NHIF, all this time, who have you seen who has been jailed or anything?
So in opposing the privatization, what
do you achieve?
What did you put in place?
We say
to make sure that we can punish.
Recruit people that merit these responsibilities, and then have regulations on what will be done to them if they do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is what we said, and that is in the penal code. You get? So the issue here is about culture. It is about individuals' integrity. Now we are giving commissions because are the agencies, insurance companies going to give us those services for free? No.
It's part of the 30%
now we are going to use those funds to pay these people, and they'll be saying, I've processed 100. Where will you be able to find out that from? I've processed 100 claims. Yet they have processed 65.
You can see the money. If they've processed 100, they are not the ones with the money. The fund manager will tell us, no, I have only received verified claims.
There's a greater issue here.
Yes.
I like the details that you've given us regarding this bill. This bill is not a problem, it's a symptom. Okay. How do you get to a point where you actually do what ought to be done and to be done correctly? Because it is true, successive governments have shown us that people in authority will get people of their choices and whom they like.
Yes.
It is not new in this government, and that they will mess up. And we only know they've messed up when it is so bloody obvious that there's nothing you can do about it.
They'll be taken to jail, and the president recently released on presidential parole a friend of his who stole money from a pension fund. Kweli rongo.
I have no idea who
that
it
is. The truth. Yes.
Does this person have a name?
Yeah, I've just forgotten his name. It is because we are moving too fast. But the president released from jail a friend of his who stole pension funds.
Was he alone?
No, there were 5.
People
the rest
who
are
are-
in jail. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
meaning he was given that government scholarship and then it was withdrawn.
So what I'm trying to say is this. Why don't we, if it is professionals, can we push and ensure professionalism is in the public sector, not just within the health docket and this insurance fund docket. We just need to ensure there is merit. Like recently, NHIF, directorates were appointed and they are not people who've grown in that particular agency. Yeah. So they are fresh from out there, and I'm certain because they have been appointed by their friends, they will not be able to do the right job.
Just like you were saying, inside there is trouble when you bring people from outside you don't trust. What do you
People grow.
want?
That is why I was telling you, people have to grow or be supported by those who are in the system. To finish this, I want to say...
Time is gone.
I want to say this just a minute. This is transformative.
Okay.
If we ensure that it actually works. And I want to tell Kenyans, Happy Mashujaa Day, and young Kenyans, please keep off drugs.
Spice up your life.
Off drugs. Keeping off drugs is easier than getting off drugs. Thank you.
Anthony Kibagendi, MP, Kitutu Chacha South, has been our guest this morning. Happy Mashujaa Day, people, and enjoy your weekend. See you on Monday.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga. President William Ruto has presided over his second Mashujaa Day celebrations in Kericho County. Ruto arrived at the stadium at 9:15 and was received by the Chief of Defence Forces Francis Ogola and Kericho Governor Eric Mutai. The president was accompanied by First Lady Rachel Ruto. The president inspected a guard of honour mounted by the Kenya Defence Forces as he leads the country in his 4th National Day celebrations since taking office. This is Ruto's 4th time leading the country in marking National Day celebrations. As the health workers' strike in Busia County enters its 4th day today, medics are calling on the government of Governor Paul Otuoma to take responsibility for the suffering of patients. County Secretary